We are here, guys. We are here. I have Nenners in the building, baby. Let's fucking get it.
What's up?
Nenners, I didn't tell you this pre-stream, but I was at the Dodgers-Astros game last night as a Houston fan. And
Right.
let me just assure you, it was harrowing. It was very exciting. It was, shall we say, high tension? And it's so funny because as I'm like rolling into this, and what's up, G? What's up, kids? What's up, Foos? Appreciate you guys coming through. So pumped for today. Gurvansh, get your dice rolling wrist warmed up. But as we were kind of starting this, setting up, I started to feel kind of excited and nervous, and it really kind of cracked me up because I realized that multiple times last night, as people are like heckling me and directly booing me, I really had that moment of like joy where I was like, oh man, this is what it feels like to like wander into a tavern and have people hate you, you know? Yo, legit, Kausta Gupta, get in here. Thank you, Mr. Gupta or Miss. Either way, you're legit in my eyes. Thanks for coming through. You're in the right spot. Nenners, how you feeling, dude? What's your nerve level? Give me the scale 0 to 100.
I mean, a little nervous. 0 to 100. Put it about a 30. I feel it, but I'm ready. You know what I mean? I acknowledge it's there, but
is 100 like frantic? The earth is crumbling, or is 0?
Yeah, I would imagine 100 is just like you are on like teetering on the brink of a breakdown.
Okay,
like it has consumed you, and you are just willowing in the wind.
Then I'm gonna put myself at a 96, if that's the case.
Oh, okay.
No, totally joking. I'm like, cool. Then put me down at high 90s. All right.
We got this, man. We got this.
No, I can't wait. Legit.
You got at least a year under your belt. You know?
Yeah, exactly, dude. You know what? And I feel like such a dum-dum because I didn't realize that Twitch, in terms of the mechanics of the platform, really only honors the Stream-a-Versary as being when you made affiliate, which was like a couple months like after I started streaming. So anyway, they might not give us the bells and whistles of a Stream-a-Versary, but this is it. All right? It's happening. It's been a fucking year. And what a wild ride it has been. Okay, got you, Sage. Appreciate that. Well, legit, I appreciate the hydration as well. Nenners is a very talented DM. We're going to play some D&D 5e. It's in the title. We will be running a version of Telkoun's Tower, which is stolen from a 3rd edition adventures book. Yes, let's go. Get on there. And it's going to be one of those things where this is like, I don't feel like it happens a lot, but that kind of merger between 5th edition and 3rd edition, or really any multitude of editions, I find pretty rad. So,
yeah, for sure.
With no further ado, let's dive into this. Appreciate the follow, Phoenix. Get in here. Let's play some D&D. So we're picking up today in the Western Vale, outside the stretches of the city of Silvery Moon. I guess we're closer to Ravenwatch Keep, the large, long-standing fortress that guards this western stretch of civilization amongst the humankind. And there we find, or will shortly find, a Warforged Druid. Now this druid, by the name of Cillin, essentially has their own history, their own backstory that has brought them into this material plane. But for purposes of bringing us into today's adventures, Cillin has recently been approached by a squire of one of the Knights of Silver. You were found after making a mild name for yourself, Cillin, within the Evermoors themselves, the Green Fist Barbarians, the Yippie Monks of the North. They've come to notice you as, shall we say, a sage, someone capable and learned. And with that in mind, word eventually traveled to the Knights in Silver. Now, Badrick, this squire that has come and found you, essentially bids you follow to an area north of the moors, where recently and seemingly overnight, a stone tower has appeared, towering and monstrous. And a combination of lack of quarryable stone and the sheer magnitude and size of this completed structure has caused ripples of confusion, in some cases fear. How or what could bring such a large structure to presently be in an area that the histories say, and the local understanding has never contained a tower of such magnitude. So with that in mind, we're traveling northbound on the 405. No, on the throughout the Evermoors. You are aback a horse, unless you would rather be on your own 2 feet. And just because it's the first time we're meeting Cillin, Nenners, could you describe sort of this individual who's traveling with this half-elf squire, Badrick?
Cillin is somewhat tall, I would say, but as a Warforged, he is completely covered in just varying levels of fungus and moss and just kind of almost, I would say, infested, if you will. But he takes everything in slowly. He's not prone to snapping to new inputs from a sensory perspective. And he walks with kind of a deliberate gait, just kind of one step ploddingly after the other. No real sense of urgency unless there needs to be. But I'd say he's probably just known most for being patiently observant in terms of his countenance. But kind of tall. I would say if anyone got close enough, you might see elements of his original workings, maybe some gnomish kind of writing or runes, or the kind of a slightly dwarven language, because that's what they use in terms of being embedded on part numbers. You might even see, like, model number or whatever on the side, but that's most of that is covered by fungus and moss at this point.
And I'll drop a little version in here. I mean, this is as described. I mean, you in some cases can see the original kind of structure and shape of this humanoid figure, but yeah, covered in lichen, somewhat almost like overgrown and reclaimed.
Very much so.
And Thaddeus is a half-elf. He himself is on the little bit younger side. And as he's sort of traveling, he really can't stop talking. There's just a lot of that. They say that this tower here is, well, I mean, there was talk of a couple guards in silver that headed that way and never came back. I mean, I myself, whenever they're asking for people to come find the Spore Sage, I didn't hesitate, but I'd be lying, mister. People aren't really sure what they're getting into.
You have a right to be nervous. Those silver guards are known to be formidable.
Well, if they're vulnerable, then I guess I'm a downright cupcake. I guess you're right. I mean, there's a lot around these parts we don't exactly know about, but hopefully we'll get to the bottom of something.
Maybe these parts can help. Are there, as we approach, are there any elements of wildlife, animals, whatnot, running around that he can maybe interact with without having to chase down?
Yeah, no. The moors themselves are these almost like rolling, in some cases bog, but very kind of wetland hill system, right? There's a fair amount of groundwater that in some cases separates different hilltops, in some cases makes it not really that traversable. For the most part, Badrick is kind of navigating a bit of attack. You do regularly see herons, you see cranes, you see smaller sort of birds moving in large flocks. Give me either a nature or perception check, as you guys have been traveling for about an hour. Crack it off.
Natural one.
Let's go. And it's undoubtedly Badrick's continuing on. See, myself, I think that's a wood thrush. Wait, did you see it? I can't see the spots. And there's just this manic kind of redirecting of his attention that has a negative effect. And as you're sort of going on, I would say that you don't see anything outside of some birds that are, definitely close enough to be interacted with. In some cases, 40, 50 feet, you're passing underneath these wide boughs of everglades. And in some cases, the branches themselves are quite full. You do see elk tracks, but no actual elk. And then for a quick second, you're like, shit, is that an elk? And as you're sort of passing by, it's one of those weird moments where it's almost like you've lost information or clarity throughout the examination. You're like, fuck.
Well, maybe that's not an option today. Tread carefully.
Always try. So, I guess I'll give you the rundown. I'm sworn sword and squire to Thaddeus. He's first sword amongst the knights in silver, and I'm pretty sure he'll have by his side another companion. It's honestly, there's a lot of us that got us kind of moving around. It's hard to keep everybody exactly straight on where's what, but I would say Badrick is not really a man that enjoys playing second fiddle, so I say that to more make you aware of his faults. He's a bit of a prickly pear.
Yeah, I've encountered people who prefer to lead more than anything else. Is it to his detriment? Does he lead well?
You see him take that moment and almost instinctually his shoulders shrink. Yeah, I mean, for the most part. Truth be told, it feels like he's constantly trying to get out of his daddy's shadow. I see him pushing. I don't know, there was one time where there was a venom troll that had sort of risen up. Honestly, stuff like that's become a little more common in the Evermore's of late. He risked people's lives. I mean, it seemed like a situation where we would have been probably better suited to fall back, but nah, not Thaddeus. He cracked the bugles and moved the horses, and well, that venom troll went down, but not without 5 or 6 of our own going with it. But I don't mind him as a first sword. He's talented. I'm pretty sure that's why they sent along Cavalon. He's a little bit more level-headed, although he's pretty dashing himself. You'll meet him, though. You'll see. And there's sort of a sense you perhaps get from Badrick, a bit browbeaten, a bit sort of long-suffering.
I'm clocking a lot of nervousness from him, right? He seems
big time.
Not, yeah,
big time. And there's fear of his surroundings, but there's also seems to be a nervousness to the undertaking, especially under the guidance of Thaddeus.
He'll put his hand on his shoulder and just try to calm the lad down a bit, and we'll make it through. His shortcomings can't be dealt with immediately. We'll just see to what we can control, and together we have a better chance.
I appreciate that. And Nenners, just give me a persuasion check, if you don't mind.
Sure.
As sort of some of the spores, Cillin sort of leans forward. There's almost this shifting in hue from light to darker green.
Persuasion. I have a -2, but I did roll a 19. Would be great. So that's 17.
Let's go. The heart of it shone through. Yeah, that was a classic one where I was like, I know the modifier will be bad, but the intention is there. You do lean forward. You feel his shoulders relax. And, this half-elf squire himself wearing 2 short swords on either hip, and there's a very kind of tight-fisted hold to his rein, and has been. Though he's been leading you, it's really been your countenance and presence that has grounded this party of 2. But you make your way, and about another half hour, 45 minutes passes by, and at this point the sun has moved almost to the height of its zenith. I mean, you take it to be a bit before noon, a bit after. Not an overwhelmingly hot day, but certainly bright, and there's sort of that refracting of light against this, in some cases, groundwater, but overwhelmingly, humid area. Give me a perception check, if you wouldn't mind, Cillin.
Cool. Oh, he's throwing. I actually have a good bonus to perception. That's a 10.
Yes. Okay. I love it. So you're looking around and you see that again. There's like an enormous flock of herons, and as you're sort of seeing them fly, just naturally, I mean, kind of the trickle down of your own deduction, you're looking back to the southeast where they've been flying from, and you see about probably a quarter, perhaps a half of a mile away, almost like heat waves rising off desert sand, or in the Southern California version, the blacktop of a Big Five parking lot. It's there's sort of almost this concave movement to the top of the hill. It doesn't appear to be heat. It appears to be like literal gray and black, almost like swirls of leaves or of sediment stirred up. But from that distance, the prolonged nature of it gives it the effect almost of like an enormous swarm of insects or gnats.
He'll kind of put his hand out and gesture to the phenomenon.
Yeah.
You ever see anything like that?
No, not really. You see him kind of looking at it. He's like, I know. Shit. They said sometimes when these venom trolls came up, it's almost like they were burrowing out of the ground, like they'd been sleeping beneath the bog or inside the hilltops or some such. You see him kind of trying to track it, and as he does, his horse almost like stumbles. Oh shit! He sort of catches himself and looks back. I don't know. All the more reason to head on, I suppose. And yeah, he kind of looks to you in that moment.
We should be mindful of the ground, if nothing else. Maybe even going. How much would we know how far we have left to go?
You know, you haven't yet seen the tower itself.
Okay.
So I think in that sense, you're heading north. In my version of this, Cillin, and I know, that we wrapped, a couple different ways, but I feel like you've been sort of at surface level for, a number of months, if not even pressing towards a year. I mean, sort of post Underdark, and certainly post kind of long-standing, whenever you were essentially waiting for the potential return of you-know-who. And I think as you sort of slightly made a name for yourself as an individual of some means, yes, but also as almost like this living enigma, almost like this combination of ancient mechanical prowess and a arcane inspiration that has not really been replicated or matched in this current age. And I more just say that because you've now spent some time in the Evermoors, you're familiar with that area. And if where they describe it is correct, like where the stone tower rests north of the break of the moors, then you probably have another about hour and a half, 2 hours to make.
Okay. He grabs a section of lichen and fungus from his arm and kind of crushes it together and spreads it across the two of them and casts Pass Without a Trace.
Yes, let's fucking go.
And as it kind of drifts and holds in the air, it just explains to his young acquaintance, let's go a little bit more quietly. This should help.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. You see him sort of like put his hand on his heart. He's like, I feel like I can almost hear my heartbeat. It's quiet as fuck. Oh, you did that. Okay. Sort of looks around, and as that sort of, the lichen, sort of the spores themselves start to settle, even the horse's, footfalls begin to slow. Give me, if you wouldn't mind, a stealth check, Nenners.
It's 18 plus 4, 22.
Okay, great.
3 plus 3, excuse me.
Fadric rolled a 16. Natural 2.
Oh, plus 10 with...
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that, he says. You see him sort of, even then, he's kind of now like enjoying this. He almost starts like whistling to see like what the range of this spell is. There's a party that's like, don't fucking do that, dude. But he he continues, and you guys travel about another 10 minutes in this fashion, dipping in and out of the actual bends of the hilltops of the moors. And you look back to the southeast rather, where you'd seen this sort of rising movement amongst the hilltops. And you don't see it. I think with a resting passive perception above 10, which I know you exceed, you're still at a vantage point where you're on level with what you saw. And yet it simply isn't there. You see the noonday sun capturing the, the wet but crisp afternoon. Well, goddamn.
Can he make a survival check just to
please
take a look around his environment and see if there's any evidence of movement or that's a 9 survival plus 7, 16.
16. Okay, great. So the the months spent in the Evermoors, it's a very specific ecosystem, right? I mean, like, lots there that can kill you, lots there that can be turned into something of value. I think as you are sort of moving, and especially on the heels of this Pass Without Trace, I mean, kind of like activating some of this almost like naturally grown magic within you, there's a sense that that the moors themselves, I mean, sometimes by way of bog, sometimes by way of vines themselves that in a stray lightning storm spit forward shambling mounds. All of the Evermoors themselves have a feel of magic. I mean, I think it's safe to say that if you cast Detect Magic, you would see almost like waves moving across the Evermoors as the entirety of it sort of oozes this natural potential. But with the 16, and looking back across that distance, especially with having seen something, not tracked it well, and now seeing it disappeared, that's not anything you've ever seen. And you know that the moors themselves can manifest in different ways. But it seems like a good time to have been stealthy. And it definitely seems like the Evermoors themselves seem to be rolling, breathing this afternoon.
The land is more active than usual. Just keep moving quietly and keep your head about you.
Sounds like a plan. He pulls forward. You see him kind of like take a pull from this canteen, screw the top back on, put it back by his saddle. And about another 30 minutes goes by before you guys see kind of the breaking. I mean, still very much bog-like, but beyond that, you see the breaking of a huge stone tower. It's about 2 miles away, but even from this distance, it dominates the horizon line. And as perhaps, there's, I mean, really only you could say in this instance, Cillin, what expectations you have. But as you move forward, you do see gathered against sort of a low-flung briar tree. You see 2 knights in silver. And as you sort of approach, there's a third, an astral elf that rides a sort of a smaller, less dressed horse. And as you approach all 3, I want to welcome in the Red Sage. As I briefly move into the tech portion number 1. And that actually worked out really well, I think. Wow. Did I just capture the shoot out of that? Yes, my prince. How are you, Sage? Thank you for joining us, good sir. If you wouldn't mind, I mean, I think you know pretty well, Sage, the 2 people that join you, Thaddeus and Jaren. They're both members of the Knights in Silver. Thaddeus shares your rank. Jaren is beneath you. But as you approach Cillin, and you see these kind of 2 Knights in Silver, typical kind of high elves, very kind of well burnished, full plate. What do they see from you, Sage?
Cavalon is slightly different to a normal high elf. He is an astral elf, an elf that has come from the astral plane of the silveriness. So his eyes are slightly different to Thaddeus's, but they both share the long sort of traditional elven blonde white hair. But his eyes seem to glow with an almost golden starlight. And where sort of most of the elves carry two weapons, he does carry two weapons, but instead he carries one large sword and one bow. Across his sort of strung across his back, and he's also holding a book and kind of has a long-suffering look on his face as he sort of turns to Thaddeus and says, "Patience is why I am in here, brother. If we are not patient and wait for those that are coming, who knows what may..." And he sort of pauses as he sees the two approach in the distance. And he says, "And thus patience bears fruit."
Well, why would I be wasting my time being patient, Cavalon, if I... Oh, well, it's a fortunate time to have an arrival. You guys sort of push up and you see there's also this third member that kind of stands up. You see him kind of wearing less kind of stripes about. He also had a bit of sort of dust and soot, almost like he was like moving amongst the ground. But Thaddeus continues. Well, I should have expected my squire an hour ago, but I see that you've dallied. What do you have to say for yourself, Patrick? It's like, no, we came. There was a dust storm of sorts. Spore storm? Help me out, fella.
There was some unnatural phenomena that slowed our progress. It was best we come here in one piece than the alternative.
It could have gone a lot of ways. It could have really gone a lot of ways. You see that the squire himself is like kind of desperate to cover his own bases. Cavalon, you know Thaddeus pretty well. Headstrong, impulsive. Oftentimes he's been put in charge of expeditions like this. Oftentimes more out of his like belly aching and politicking than necessary his leadership skills. Jaren is very much kind of a lackey of his, and whenever Methramar, the captain of the Knights in Silver, asked you to go along, it was, very much as an assistant, a backup, someone that could step in and lead, but also a bit of a chaperone. They approach, and you see sliding down Badrick from his horse. He comes up and approaches Thaddeus. This is a Spore Sage. This is Cillin. He's really, honestly, really nice fellow. We had some good conversation, and he didn't chide me once, really. But we that's quite enough. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Spore Sage.
He'll kind of awkwardly offer his fungal-covered hand, but well met.
Thaddeus sort of extends it and thinks better of it and sort of turns it into a, yes. This is Cavalon, my second. And Jaren here as well, a third member of the Knights in Silver. We appreciate you joining us. It is said that this tower is, well, giving the Green Fist a bit of a scare. So if it's all right with you fellows, I would like to press towards it, see if we might, I don't know, knock upon the door and see what denizens have come to become our neighbors. Though if Cavalon's instincts are to be trusted, then we won't be able to ask for a cup of sugar. They might be, well, hell, they might not even be home.
I still think it would be prudent to take the time to investigate a little further before we go knocking on a magical tower, brother. And he sort of turns and nods to Thaddeus, kind of almost as a supportive kind of, it's fine, I see you kind of thing, and then turns to the druid and sort of extends his hand deliberately and sort of deliberately shakes him, whereas Thaddeus kind of...
Yes.
On behalf of the knights, I thank you for your service. I suspect we will ask more of you than intended, but we will compensate you as best we can. And sort of turns back and sort of says, very well then, Sir Thaddeus, lead on.
To your horse, Badrick, we ride. You see he sort of like, shoos Badrick away, and Badrick's like had just gone up to like either help or assist. He returns kind of slinging his legs over his own dun. And you guys make your way. And I would like one of you to please roll a d20.
Nenners, after you. I'm not going to be responsible for a bad d20 roll.
Hold on one sec. I was trying to clear this.
It's only chivalrous to allow the other one. Another natural one.
No. Yes?
Yeah. That's what.
Let's go. Auspicious. Okay. I feel like I need to have you do it. Nenners, will you please roll a d100 for me?
Sure. Give me just a moment. Hold on. This did not clear. There we go. That is a strong 33, sir.
Let's fucking go. Excellent. So fucking good. So, you guys continue on, and Jaren, this sort of lower ranking, I mean, his armor, burnished and wearing the silver and blue of Silvery Moon, but lacking some of the trappings and gild, is mostly silent. Thaddeus leads on. He sort of points at things. You get the sense that he's like desperately trying to impress Cavalon, both with his sort of awareness of the natural world and kind of the speed with which he's moving, the command with which he wields. But as you guys are closing the distance and leaving really kind of, the relative altitude of some of these rolling hills into this kind of swamp-washed plain a half mile south of this tower, Jaren has a brief moment. Fuck. Damn. Give me a moment, please. You see him sort of like rein in his horse and put a hand on his pommel. That's what you get for whoring, Jaren. What's going on? Are you sick or simply drunk? You see Jaren's like, I don't. He spits out this like brackish black blood. He holds back this steel gauntlet. And you guys all see it. I mean, it's, mostly kind of silver and burnished steel, but these dark crimson and black splotches of fluid.
Cillin would like to make a medicine check because he is medically trained and
Sure.
would like to see if he can ascertain what's going on. That is a 9 plus 7, so that's another 16.
Okay, DC was 15, perfect. You lean over, and as he coughs a second time, Cillin, fuck, I don't. The fuck is that? You see him sort of pull back and again smear more blood, and there's a brief moment where you see floating out of his mouth into the air, 5-10 inches before it dissipates, fine black dust. Almost like spores.
I don't believe that is sexually transmitted.
No.
So, night.
Well, all right. Doesn't mean that he hasn't been irresponsible. Jaren, we have business to do. Still another half mile to ride. Can you keep your horse? Yeah, sure, I can. I am. He sort of looks to you for a brief moment. Cavalon.
Be sure, brother.
I am. No, I'm fine. I'm sure I'm fine. Lead on. You see him sort of sit up, and as he sits up, there's again this like it's like that kind of weird like late 2020. He's like holding in a cough. You know what I mean? And there's that kind of sense of like he almost threw up. He vomited blood. Like the guy that they're bringing in had to sort of attend to him. He's not feeling himself.
Where have you been anywhere near these kind of dark particles recently?
No, not really. We did camp out western side of the Vale. We were waiting for Cavalon and Thaddeus to meet us from Watch, but I felt like I slept all right, but I woke up coughing. And I'll be honest, I don't know what the fuck that was. Felt like I was about to vomit and I was spitting out. It's the first time that's come upon me. Ooh. You see another like coughing fit rack him, and he keeps his horse and continues riding. Thaddeus doesn't even look back, but as he sort of looks back, as you look to the side, Cillin, and you perhaps Cavalon, you just notice this with your passive perception. He sounds bad. I mean, it's a very sort of wet cough. He hadn't spoken before, but he hadn't seemed like he was like spitting up blood.
If we can make it to the base of the tower, you can rest there, friend. I think it'll be better for you to rest when we can, but out here in the moors is no place to down horse for certain. But if you need to, tell us.
No, I appreciate that. Cavalon, wisely spoken. Let us see what's to find us there. And I don't know, at least make it long enough. I'm sure it's just this wet weather getting inside me. A fire. Returning out of this swamp will surely do me good. Lead on.
He again tries to sort of sit upright and succeeds. You see Badrick kind of leerily looking back, as undoubtedly if anything happens or any litters are to be made, the duty will fall to him. But Thaddeus again, I mean, he's noticing this, but is like extending very little courtesy. As you guys move forward and you're stepping towards this tower itself, you're now reaching the base of it, about 400 feet away. And could you each make a perception check for me?
Indeed. That is absolutely atrocious. 4 + 4 for an 8.
For an 8, let's go.
Mine was a dirty 20.
At least one of us is looking at the
Let's
tower
go.
and not the other companions.
So good. Okay. So as you guys are sort of coming up and you see this, Cavalon, there's kind of a stress and awareness. I mean, you're kind of distracted and pulled back in by the occasional but like rolling cough that Jaren cannot seem to contain. As you sort of look about, Cillin, it's very clear that this tower is like has not spent time here. There's no like growth around its base in a significant fashion. There's also really telltale areas where it almost seems like the top parts of this tower are particularly windswept. There's almost like a smoothness and a patina, which is just unfitting a stone anything that is existing in such a wet and swampy environment for a prolonged period. And you guys come in and are now, about 50 feet away from the base of this. You see it goes up, about 180 feet. I mean, it's quite significant. I mean, it like goes up and up and up. And it does seem to sort of widen slightly at its top. You're not sure if that's like the final 30 or 40 feet. In front of you is 2 very large iron wrought doors. There does appear to be a single iron clapper on one. And from 50 feet away, just sort of, looking and chilling, there's no immediately available handle or sort of latch to necessarily open the door. I would say with a 20, and you also see that Thaddeus is actually giving it quite a thorough examination himself. You do see some almost like rune work along the top of the door and almost running like a thin spine from where the 2 double doors close to the very top of this tower.
With as long as there's nothing immediately affecting him, he'll begin to ritually cast detect magic.
It's very cool.
Just double check that.
I would also say, I forgot to mention this, you guys would see it pretty clearly. Like, the very top of the tower appears to have these almost like cremlins, like almost these like sort of like, you're not sure if they're like directly wrought out of the top of the stone, but it does appear to be these like hawkish figures. You're not sure if it's a sigil, if it's some sort of like, demarcation relative to this tower or its owner. But that same sort of, stone design and crenulation is seen also above these double doors, like on either side of where that runic spine runs top to bottom. Essentially, stone statues atop and stone statues above it, all of them seeming like identical and almost crest-like.
In which case, then, can I roll an insight check on that and see if it's a crest that we may have ever studied or
Sure, 100%.
Looked into or anything like that?
Give me either a history or an insight check.
My insight's significantly better, so we'll go with insight.
please.
15 plus 4 is a 19.
Okay, love it. So as you look at it, there, you know that like a lot of the sort of like the locals, for lack of a better word, are, if we were gonna, with a wide net, describe them in 5e terms, are largely like barbarians and kind of like naturally leaning monks. A lot of them are not like of the cityscape, are not, really beholden or entrenched in the civic or political affairs that certainly have impact in ways define Silveryman. But looking at this, there's an undoubted, singularity, Cavalon, where this is to you either like a message of sorts, or appears to be a very specific kind of calling card. And I think also with that 19 and sort of the nature of insight, there's almost like a reticence to you as you sort of see it. There's the tremblings of ill omen, I would say. Like you perhaps, go from 50 feet to 30 feet, and you see, pretty clearly that the faces of these hawkish figures are devoid of eyes. There's also sort of these weird kind of markings beneath the neck that appear to be almost like crisscrossing scars.
Cool. Thank you. I assume the runes aren't anything we can read.
Well, do you speak Elvish?
I do.
Okay, cool. So you walk forward, and I think as you kind of step forward, Thaddeus is like, "Nah, Cavalon! There is a ranking file in order to these sort of things. Badrick, my horse." "Oh, yes, you got it. Sorry." He sort of slides down, and like he's not sure what to do with his horse, you know what I mean? He's like very rarely been out in the field. But he goes out and sort of takes the reins from Thaddeus's horse. And Thaddeus does a very dressage style, like pivot, plank, and then like push dismount from his horse. He lands. "Before you go approaching and reading, Cavalon, let the first sword among us examine."
Very well, but remember, sword is a title, not an instruction, brother. Reading is safer than stabbing.
Yes. I'm sure it is. For those that spend their time in a library and not the pits. Let me see.
He sort of steps up, and there is this like strange moment as silence sort of holds, and he's kind of pushing you aside, and all you really hear is like the crunching of his plate armor falling upon itself before it's broken by the sound of Jaren retching yet again. He sort of turns back. He is really not looking good. He's sort of captured himself, and he starts to slide off his horse under his own power, but appears to be in pretty significant pain. Thaddeus is going to step forward and unsheath his sword. Shling! "Whoever resides within this tower, know that you have been summoned by the power of Silvery Moon and High Lady Illustrial. I am First Sword Thaddeus Greenwall. I command whoever rests within to come out. Name yourself and your intention." He sort of looks back at you, Cavalon. "That's how you fucking do it." He looks back.
When he looks back, he'll notice that Cavalon is paying zero attention to him and has turned to sort of inspect Jaren and check that Jaren's all right, because that seems to be more concerning than a man shouting at a tower at this point in time.
Yes, for sure. To probably everyone except for Thaddeus. Can I ask, Cillin, in this moment, you see the squire has dismounted. He's holding two horses. The Cavalon and you are both on horseback about 30 feet from these stone doors. These iron doors, excuse me. And Jaren, this sort of lower ranking knight in silver, has sort of slipped off of his horse. You see him sort of stumbling over and hand the reins to Badrick, who's like, "Man, what if one of them gets spooked?" He sort of like shoves him off, and he goes to actually sort of rest at the base of this tower. He puts his back to it, slides down.
Cillin will stop his ritual casts and make his way over. He does have a healing kit. I know it's typically for stabilizing, but I don't know if it may have like a Silver Moon version of Vicks Vapor Rub or something in there.
I'd say give me a medicine
something that could
check.
just ease his pain. Obviously not cure it, but just make him more comfortable.
Sure. Give me a medicine check with advantage.
Sure.
All I can think of there is Athelas, Kingsbane. Do you know it? Aye, it's a weed.
Yeah.
That's a 7 plus 7, 14.
14. Okay, great. So he appears like clammy for the first time. You touch him, his skin is moist. As you're sort of innately reaching out, I feel like a lot of like your understanding of medicine comes through a very kind of like naturally based understanding, and this appears almost like a corrupted root in a deeply long-standing oak. There's aspects of him, like you grip his arm, and his left arm, even through like the breaks in this half plate, feels clammy, moist. You put sort of both hands and move from the neck upwards, and it's almost like splotchy. There's areas where he's cold, areas where he's hot. You sort of pull back, his eyelids, examine the eyes, and you see, briefly moving across and behind his right iris, almost like a swimming pearl of black.
Sir, you said you slept in the Vale a few days ago.
Yeah, it was just, day and a half I was coming out here, honestly, to try to find you, but the fucking squire beat me to it. I feel like hell.
Do you, other than the obvious respiratory stress you are experiencing, do you feel anything else? A presence, perhaps?
Sort of a heat. It's, well, it feels, it's odd. I don't know if it's just the overcast day, but I feel cold.
And you look about Cillin. I mean, it's not overcast really at all. I mean, there are some clouds about, but
he breaks off one of the kind of thicker mushrooms on his shoulder and crushes that up into another powder and just kind of drizzles it over his head and casts protection from good and evil based on what he is seeing.
Fuck yeah. Massive. Okay.
Are there any trees nearby?
Yes, there are several. Yeah.
So at this point, Cavalon will probably have dismounted, gone over to a tree, hacked off a branch and sort of brought it over and beginning to sort of stack it in front of the pair of them with the intention of making a fire to try and sort of, in case, because fire's generally good. Like cauterizing wounds, things like that, keeping people warm. So just kind of basic field training of, right, someone's in trouble, build a fire first.
Yes, no, I love that. And you see it happen easily enough. I mean, it doesn't take more than about 10-12 minutes. No rule necessary because you're not harried in this moment. But as sort of off from the base of this tower, Cavalon brings this tinder to light. And this fire catches and slowly grows.
I appreciate that, mate.
You see him sort of get up from the base of this tower and move the 10-15 feet to where you've brought this fire to roar.
I don't know what the hell's gotten over me, but I feel I can barely move.
You see he's like kind of trembling now. He's taken like off of his horse the blanket beneath the saddle and wrapped it about himself.
Cavalon.
Yes,
and he's just gonna try to, as quietly as he can, just describe the black kind of cloud within this poor guy's eye that he saw, but in a way that he can't, the victim can't hear him.
Yeah.
But just kind of like a on the side consult. Like I've never seen anything like that before.
Can I insight that? See if we've ever come across that as knights, if it's in our archive or anything like that?
100%. Same thing, insider history, but I know insight's better, so go for it.
Yeah, 17 plus 4 for 21.
Okay, great. You definitely know that like the Evermoors are like a very dangerous place. People have come back. I mean, certainly sick. I mean, it's a place that's very very much incubates disease in a lot of ways. I mean, stagnant water, wetness, cold environment, and And as you guys, you're really sort of examining the situation, you've never seen this, like, the brackish, this, like, spitting of, like, blood, of, like, what appears to be, like, phlegm is really extreme. I feel like, you know, perhaps Cillin might have shared with you the fact that he almost saw, like, almost like tiny, like, microcosms escaping from some of these coughs, dissipating into the air around you. As, you know, you are very capable, I mean, you know, of healing in your own way. I mean, more of a divine tilt, Cavalon, but he does seem sick. He does seem like a person that would be suffering a cold or a fever. But there's almost a sense of possession, almost of, like, of disease taking over a tree or taking over elements. There's almost like a...
So it's more like a parasite as opposed to a poison.
100%, 100%.
I'm afraid it is not something we have encountered before, but the moors are extensive, and who knows what lies in the darkness. Only in the light can we truly see. But a parasite, you say? It is worrying. There are many things that breed through parasites, none of them very good, but if he is infested, we must make sure he is at least comfortable, and we will do what we can. And he kind of turns to Badrick and sort of waves him over, kind of leaving the poor guy sort of like...
I guess you guys are better at healing than I am. Okay, yeah, no, all good. I'll just, you know, I'll keep an eye, Mr. Jaren, if you need anything. And as he's sort of kind of leaning in, you can tell Badrick, like, though younger and like a half elf, is like really, along with Cavalon, like one of the most committed. Like, clearly wants to do a fucking good job. When again the haughty voice of Thaddeus sort of splits the silence. I say to reveal and announce yourself. Whoever resides within this tower, you will not be given the opportunity if we must pry these doors open. You will be spared no quarter. Hello! You guys hear absolutely nothing. And in this moment, Thaddeus goes and he essentially starts, like, pounding on this door. And as soon as he hits it,
Brother Thaddeus, why?
you guys see... Yeah, totally. Yeah. You guys are both DMs, you know why. And as Thaddeus sort of, like, bangs this shit out of this, you guys see these two sort of, you know, heavily hooded stone statues break free and take flight. And I would like to welcome in Gurvanshbatra. And bear with me as I again fall into the hole of OBS. Yes, Gurvansh, what's up, Prince?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Really
How
good,
are you?
dude. Give me one moment to get this ready to go. Yes, you see a stone gargoyle flapping about by the name of Gurvansh the G. There we go. Let's go. Okay, guys. So sorry. Give me just one moment.
Good old OBS.
Yeah, exactly. Blessings upon blessings. Guys, listen. I told you this would be an action-packed stream of me doing some live tech, and I did not disappoint.
Nah, it's going smooth so far. Good.
Let me just get this real quick. Beep, boop. Almost.
Does not surprise me that Thaddeus leads us straight into
Yeah.
a problem in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
I even told him to investigate before he touches anything, but no.
You know how it has to go.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. That's what I'm looking for. Perfect.
While we have one of his party dying of some horrific nano plague.
Look, he's trying to get a promotion, guys. He's out here in the Evermoors trying to make captain. Oh my gosh. Now guys, Gurvansh, other than being an absolute G, has never played D&D before. So we have a sweet version of the 5e that is with us. Be gentle, be kind.
You're in good hands. Worry not.
Yeah, totally.
It'll be fine.
And let me... Oh, I realize I need to drop you guys the owlbear. Stand by. Okay, almost. Here we go. Okay, gents, I'm going to drop this in the chat of the Zoomer. Nenners, you already have it. Sorry I didn't give that to you earlier, Sage. Apologies.
Cool.
So, I think the easiest way to sort of describe where we are in this moment is to put this here. So this is like, this is more the Evermores themselves than it would be in a situation where, where the tower actually lies, but this is the map that sort of captured it the most for me. The base of the tower is this, the southern side of this gray sphere in the top corner of the owlbear. Yo, Ratio, get in here, love it. Batra fan, you're in the right place. The actual gargoyles themselves are there. And as they fly up, you see these two gargoyles take flight. One of them, the larger of the two, this sort of darker gray, played by Batra, sort of swirls above the other. The second, this sort of more sort of scrawny, you can tell like some of the stone has chipped off in places. Also sort of flocks and flies. You're fucked! You're absolutely fucked! You see him sort of flying around the southern bottom of this. And he cries out to you, Paranus does, to you, Gurvansh. Well, let us feast upon the flesh of men! But as he starts to descend, Gurvansh, I think you're aware that that your master gave you very specific instructions for if anyone was ever to come and essentially darken the doorstep of this tower.
Discharge Telkoun. Why are you here, and what do you seek?
The fuck are you here? You see this one sort of flying over the top of you.
Cavalon definitely has his bow off of his back at this point. He hasn't quite drawn it, but every time that little one speaks, he's tempted, and you can kind of see his eyes track him, be like, maybe.
But you
Thaddeus is the one shouting, so let Thaddeus explain himself.
We
I was gonna say.
We seek the owner of the... Who is your master? Who controls this tower and these demons of stone? Speak!
Not how I would have done that.
It's certainly not protocol.
To hell with protocol. You see these flying goblins above us? You see this tower rising out of with the dust and moon itself? Can anything be explained? Other than a man willing to take the situation by the neck? I say once again, who is your master? Reveal him unto me, you gargoyle demon! And he's sort of like crying up to you, Gurvansh. You're sort of now about 20, 30 feet above him, and above you, is Paranus, this sort of lighter gray. You're completely fucked! Telkoun's gonna eat your soul! He's sort of like coming around the very top of this. And yeah, you tell me, Gurvansh, you know sort of what your master has charged you with. Anyone that kind of darkens the doors of this tower.
Right. Okay.
So you
The
see...
Sir Knight understands the edifice doesn't have a neck, right, to grab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see he's fucking trying, though. So Paranus, so this other sort of, lighter, sort of flaked gargoyle sort of swoops in. You see him, like, kind of go almost like that one seagull that was, like, riding a hawk, kind of lands next to this larger gargoyle. So Gurvansh, I asked them again who darkens Telkoun's tower. and then demand the writ of passage from them.
Right. Who disturbs Telkoun? Why are you here, and what do you seek?
At that point, Cavalon will sort of turn to his druid companion and be like, Telkoun, is that a name you know?
Make a history check at advantage, Cillin.
Will do.
As someone with a long history and someone spent many years in the Underdark.
Kind of presuming Thaddeus here is going to keep the gargoyle's attention and
Yes.
say something stupid while we have this conversation and discover things.
A
Is that a
wise
history check?
expectation. Yes.
I got a +1, so that's 20.
20, very nice. The name Telkoun is almost like akin to the boogeyman, maybe moving a little bit closer to Bigfoot. As well, talk about the aliens that came down from Roswell. There's also a deeper, that's more of a surface level, like those that live kind of on the surface level. The Underdark has heard Telkoun in association, like specifically with the Nine Hells. It's almost like Mephistopheles or Gabriel. It's almost like, or not Gabriel, I forget Satan's name, but like the
Asmodeus.
Yes. It's almost like a substitution, like one of the many names that are supplied for a demon themselves.
That name from the Underdark is associated with the thanks for a moment, the infernal realms, I believe.
Oh joy.
Something of a mystical creature, at least spoken down there.
This will not end well then. And he draws an arrow from the quiver for the first time and kind of preparing to kind of... He's going to have to step in at some point, knowing Thaddeus.
Yes. No, understandable. So Thaddeus is now sort of at the door, at the gate of this. Hegan cries up, Telkoun, well, we come to speak to him. Reveal to us this master of yours. Open these iron doors that we might understand his charge and purpose here.
Sir, please, you might not want to meet this one.
Oh, well, I am here as a extension of Lady Illustrial himself. And sage or no, I would ask you to stand back when the first sword is making movements. Again, I announce and demand. And as this happens, Gurvansh, I think there's sort of an understanding where it's like, these guys either need to hit you with what you've asked for,
Right.
or it's kind of a bad sitch for them. In this moment, there is, I would say, kind of a palpable sort of tension as Thaddeus is really not giving an inch and probably should. You see this flaky kind of gargoyle has now flying behind this larger one that has demanded, sort of questioning y'all's purpose there and reason for being at the base of this tower. And I think as that happens, I need one of you to either make a persuasion or a performance check at disadvantage.
I am fairly crap at both.
Likewise.
Let's try persuasion then. You want it at disadvantage?
Yes, please.
So, 9 plus 3 for a 12. So he sort of steps forward and says, Good sir, the first blade merely means that we are here to ensure that the peoples of this realm are kept in balance and to welcome your master to our lands.
You're not gonna like that one! He's not gonna like that one!
You see this one sort of flying around, like looking at you sort of hectically. And Gurvansh, I think as sort of you see this happen, you see these knights sort of standing forward, one of them kind of bombastically, the other speaking with some more reason. I think you know that this is the time for action.
You will be offered to the Prince of Blood.
The Prince of Blood! You see him sort of like circling now, like growing kind of excited. And I would say you see easily as starting to light up along this spine, the bottom 2, 3, 4 of the runes that run the length of this tower begin to ignite.
Violence it is.
Thaddeus.
Very well, you bastards! You see him like pull his sword out, and I need all 3 of you to roll initiative.
Yes,
So,
sir.
Gurvansh, let me drop in this this stat block for you.
Sure.
And this is kind of what we were talking about. Like, this is, and again, dude, you are such a G. I know you're coming in, like, literally, Gurvansh has never played D&D before. So, thank you for doing such an excellent job and just being willing to roll with us. This is called a stat block, and it's what I sent you whenever we were Zooming. This is like the same one, but essentially this will give you a feel for, like, they have stuff called actions, movement. You know, you might be asked to make certain moves one way or the other, and obviously I'll guide you through all of that, but for the most part, this is kind of a version of your character sheet in this moment in time. So, Gurvansh, roll a d20 for me. You can go on Google and just type roll d20 if you want, and
Sure.
and then tell me what that number is.
19.
Let's fucking go. Okay, one moment. Let's see what Perennis rolls. That is a 2. Okay.
Wonderful.
So,
Of course.
yeah. So, Cavalon and Cillin, will you give me your initiative rolls, please?
A natural 20 for a total of 21.
Let's go.
I'm caboose at 15.
Love it. Okay, okay. Cool. Okay, I love it. Gurvansh, get ready for some combat, dude. Because it has found you, my prince. So, as Thaddeus sort of pulls out his sword and kind of again gestures it upward, and as this flying gargoyle announces that you will be fed to the Prince of Blood, you see both these gargoyles start to like fly down into action in a very sort of harrowing manner. Cavalon, it is your turn.
The first thing I'm going to do is shoot the little one with the longbow.
Yes, go for it. You're like, fuck this guy. No, please do.
Okay, so a 19 plus 6 to hit is a 25.
Absolutely hits. Gurvansh, I'm going to drop... Oh, I'm so sorry. I just need to send this owlbear real quick. So, Gurvansh, open this owlbear, and that is will both be where the music is coming from, and also you are the... I'll just go ahead and put Gurvansh. You are the kind of larger, sexier gargoyle.
Right.
And which one do I want to do? That's the next question.
30 feet up.
Yeah, and I'm going to add a Searing Smite to that as well.
Let's go.
So, that'll be 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 1 damage. I assume a 25 hits the little guy.
Yes, it does. Oh, it absolutely does.
Let's just check that.
It does.
So, that's 5 piercing damage and 6 fire damage as this arrow kind of whacks, seeking its target as fast as it can, sort of almost glittering with a sort of starry firelight, and it smacks into him, sort of, to bring him down to a total of 11.
Fuck, yeah, okay, wow. So you see, and there's this pop where, like, the arrowhead is about to strike stone, and perhaps you expect it to sort of ricochet away, Cillin, but there's this just igniting flash of divine energy. As it does, there's this spray as part of like the left shoulder of this gargoyle goes flying back into stone. You're a fucking ass! You see him start to like twist and start to spiral down into a dive bomb towards you, Cavalon. Bonus action or movement?
Good question.
Or second attack, I guess? As
That's very true. Second attack. I am level 6. I forget about that. Yeah, I'm going to shoot him again.
Let's go. You're like, I'm not done with this guy.
That's a 17 plus 6 for 23.
Oh, absolutely.
Nice.
Cool. Let's straight up 5 piercing damage.
5 piercing damage. Okay, great. So I'm just going to drop this guy as a placeholder for Jaren. He will be over here. He's like by the fire. You see him like reacting to this, but he's like really not in a position to do shit about it.
Yeah, I kind of assume Jaren and Badrick are kind of out of this as they look after each other.
Yeah. Okay, so then it's going to be okay. So you hit him for another 5. It again explodes. He's now like in full descent towards you, but both blows from these arrows have just sent showers of stone. Definitely has done a fair amount of damage there. Okay, so he's dive bombing there. Gurvansh, you are about 30 feet up. At the base of this tower is Thaddeus, who honestly is just achingly handsome. You can just tell. You can just tell this vibe. All right, it's just very apparent. It's very clear. You also see what appears to be a knight. He's sort of slumped over next to a fire. Looks to be in pretty bad shape. Next to him is a half-elf that is sort of huddled and looking up. There is this well-armored, almost like glowing-eyed elf that just shot your friend twice with 2 arrows. And then there is a almost like metallic-looking humanoid that is covered in this sea of light greens and browns and earth tones. Appears to be a mixture of like metal and mossy floor. But if you look at the action block of the Gargoyle stat block, you can essentially take any of those actions. You can move 60 feet. Each of these squares is considered 5 feet, just for what it's worth.
Right, upon the attributes, right?
Yes, exactly.
Right. So I have to make an attack, right? So I'm gonna go with a melee weapon attack. I think so.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Would be a bite.
So you can either bite or claw.
Of course.
And who would you like?
Right. So
to
I'm gonna go with a
or
bite.
claw? Fuck yeah.
The humanoid one.
The humanoid one, the one that's at the base of the tower?
Right.
Okay. The first sword. You sort of come and charge down towards Thaddeus. As you do so, roll a d20 and add 4 to it.
Me?
Yeah.
All right. So I get a 2 plus 2, which is gonna a plus 4 is gonna be 6.
Okay, got it. So comes in, and as you're coming in, like jaws extending, this stone coming to life. He raises his shield, like catching you squarely in the jaw, pushing you off her. You have a second attack with your claws, if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay, go for it.
So I'm going to roll the dice again.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. I hit the sound cue. Yes, it is a roll another d20 and add 4 to it. As
right, so it's going to be 18.
18? Let's go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I always forget about the numpad because I don't move them back and forth. Okay, that absolutely hits, dude. In Pelican Bay. All right, where are we at? So you, with that 18, absolutely hits. Roll 1d6 and add 2 to it.
So I get a 3.
3, okay, and that's with the plus 2. You rolled a 1?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Awesome. So you roll that 1, you slash into it with the claws. You see him, you foul beast! In the name of the High Lady! And he begins like he sort of flipped his longsword over to the other side and is about to try to stab it through your neck. You still have about 30 feet of flying speed if you want to go anywhere. If you do leave the area around this guy you attacked, he will probably try to attack you. But is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn, Gurvansh? You've like flown down, you attack with a bite, you narrowly missed, and then you scraped across with these claws and did him for 3 damage.
Right, I could do a multi-attack, right?
Well, that was the multi-attack. Like the multi-attack is the bite and the claws.
Okay. Right. So then
And Cillin,
I think I'm gonna go. Can I go like leave that, like fly away?
Sure. This guy's gonna try to use his reaction to swipe at you as you go, but you go flying upward another 30 feet, let's say. Just wings just batting this like impossibly heavy beast, now easily vaulting to altitude. He is gonna try to swipe at you, Gurvansh. Ooh, and he absolutely misses. You see him like kind of like still like behind his shield. No! He slashes out. I mean, doesn't even make contact. And you go upward and out of danger. Cillin, it's your turn. You've seen these two gargoyles sort of spring to life and descend. Cavalon, just sort of cool as a cucumber, is pulled out and loose 2 arrows. You see that Thaddeus has taken some damage and is a little bit rattled, but is, letting that turn to anger. What would you like to do?
Cillin is doesn't want to see the boisterous, brash, probably deserving first sword get surrounded. So he'll kind of unfurl his hand and let some of the fungal mycelium network roll down into a whip, and he'll cast Thorn Whip and try to hit the smaller one.
Let's go.
To the left of that creature there. So I need to roll a melee spell attack.
Please.
That's a 10 plus 7.
Absolutely.
So 17.
Remind me which one you're attacking?
The smaller one, the one on the left.
Awesome.
Yep.
The one I shot at.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So he takes 1d6, and if the creature is large or smaller, I can pull it 10 feet closer to me. So
okay.
I would like to do that as well.
Whoosh. So yeah, roll damage on that. The attack does land.
That's a 4.
4, fuck yeah.
Oh no, wait! I get 2d6 because I'm 5th level.
Yes,
or 6th
dude.
level.
Love the
so
cantrip jump. Let's go.
That's 10. I roll a max on the
Fuck
second
yeah,
one, so 6 and 4, and then I get to pull it closer to me if it's of an appropriate size.
So that's gonna be wow. Okay, cool. So as this this vine just sort of wraps around, you guys see this plume of spores emit, and as it sort of gains purchase and pulls down, this vine grows taut before bits of this now sort of almost like partially restrained gargoyle begin shaking loose, almost like gravel from a ground area of stone. No, fuck this! You see him sort of pulled in, and he comes 10 feet closer. He's now about 15 feet away. Now, by nature of this, is he considered grappled, Nenners?
I don't think so. I think it just pulls the spell
and then it
fades
comes up.
'cause
Okay,
it's-
great.
Yeah.
So you guys see this this vine sort of come in, and as it pulls in and he's trying to burst loose, it dissipates. Awesome. Any movement, bonus action?
Well, he sees Cavalon with a bow, so he will, now that he's pulled it closer, he'll put himself in melee range because he does have a shield, and then try to stop that thing from going anywhere. Yeah, that would be it's action, no bonus action, end of my turn. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, great. So then that brings us to Thaddeus.
Did he roll that badly?
Yeah. I've got a feeling it's about to get a lot worse. He's you see him sort of looking up at this larger sort of gargoyle that's like struck him twice and then flown from distance. He tried to get Gurvansh with his sword, couldn't, and looks backward at this one that's sort of flown towards towards the spore sage. You see him like put it. He's got his sword and his shield. Damn it! He sheaths his sword and takes off a javelin from the back and turns back, leaning and then flinging it forward towards Paranus. Yes, dude, natural 19 for a 25. You see him just send this. And he too is going to make this a searing smite. Okay. Damn, he's going to deal 13 points of damage. You see, you see it like, sort of caught from behind. This smaller gargoyle is now like has been spun. It's almost like a gyroscope that's been like tipped off balance. The combination of its descending plummet, this vine whip spell twisting it off course, and now the heavy impact of this javelin. Dang, he is going to then, I guess, pull out a second javelin. He only has 3, but fuck it. And he's going to fling this up at you. Dude, natural 18. Thaddeus is like, for the high lady, and lets loose with this javelin. It is going to collide into you, Gurvansh, and do 8 points of piercing damage. So you have the amount of hit points that are listed on the gargoyle stat block. Keep track of that.
Right.
So it's going to be that amount minus 8.
Minus 8. Okay.
You see him, Thaddeus, Cavalon, loose bow, loose arrows. Jaren, Jaren, damn it, Jaren, get yourself together. This is what we're sent into the field for. Knights in silver, to arms! And like literally you've already like put forward 2 attacks, Cavalon. You see that Jaren is just like simply not really physically. He like starts to push up and again like begin to feel nauseous and almost vomit. And it is now Jaren's turn. And he's gonna make a Constitution saving throw. Wow, natural 1. Double failure. Fuck. Okay. Well, very well. Jaren was my favorite of these 2, but it shall be what it shall be.
I do have protection from evil and good on him. If he's saving something that's of that nature, he gets advantage.
Yes. So I think you would know, pretty well the, sort of what's needed for that spell, right? For sort of like what's happening there. Whenever you cast it, Cillin, you're able to choose between aberrations, celestials, elemental, fae, fiends, or undead.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to meta. He probably thought it was undead before this started.
Cool.
He knows now it's likely fiend, but he would have chosen undead. By all the
fiend
black
and undead frequently live in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
So all good there, man. Okay, great. So has disadvantage on attack rolls against it. It can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed. Ooh. Fucking rad. Okay. Very cool. So even with a natural 1 double failure, you see Jaren, he like sort of begins to stand, and then sort of falls. You see him like lose strength in his legs before, in the most unnatural of fashion, like his back almost catches at a 90-degree angle, and he snaps upright. And in that moment, you see him like start to sort of turn and stagger before there's this light misting of green, almost like erupting around him in a halo of reaction. You see this sort of ripples of black that were moving from his neck, from the veinous parts of his wrist and ears, begin to slack, return to a more normal hue. Fuck, Daddy, something's wrong. Something's wrong. You see him sort of drop to a knee. And this protection from good and evil is like almost like pulsing around him. It's like the same effect, Cillin, as whenever you cast Detect Magic and there is a reaction from it. Like you can see this spell in the midst of use and activation. So that's going to be Jaren's turn. That's going to bring us then to Perennis, who is on death's door. He has been pulled quite close to you from the up top, but as he is just like hemorrhaging bits of stone, you see now like both bottom claws have fallen away, like some of those really gross pigeons that don't have any feet. I know, it breaks my heart too, but they just have those like circular knobs, you know what I mean? The worst. And I don't know what kind of life pigeons are leaving that like leaves to this, but it's gruesome. But anyway, Perilous's legs are likewise not there. The talons that you had seen leave the very top above these 2 iron doors have been completely removed. The entirety of his stone body reduced by about 60-70%. However, what's left of the wings begin to flap and fly upwards up this tower, as he's going to attempt to leave your melee range, Cillin, and dash 120 feet upward.
Okay. Since I have a halo of spores, and since he started because I have invisible spores just hanging around me, since he started his turn in that melee range, he has to make a Constitution save of a DC 15, or take 1d6 necrotic damage.
Oh wow! Ooh, okay, that's a 7.
Okay, and I use my reaction to do that specifically, so I won't be able to get my my melee opportunity attack is hilarious anyway, so it kind of works out. But let me. Where did I?
No, don't go.
Yeah. You see him speaking to you, Gurvansh. He's like, "Tell the master! Tell the master!" He's like desperately trying to escape the situation.
That's a natural 1 on that 1d6, so that's 1 point in necrotic damage.
Dude, he was at 3 hit points, and now is it 2? The oh my god, I love it. Okay, so he you see him. There's just like pulse, and as it's about to pulse, like the area that you've sent these spores around, Cillin, breaks apart. In the area where this like spell was going to gain the most purchase is simply no longer part of the material frame of Paranus. He does take some damage, but you see him just flying, streaking upward. He goes 120 feet up. He still has about 50, 60 feet to make it to the very top of this tower. So that's going to be his turn. It'll bring us back to the top of the round, which is you, Cavalon.
Wonderful. Good thing I have a longbow, which has a minimum range.
I was just like,
150 feet.
shit. Go, Perilous!
I even took sharpshooter so that I could make sure I can hit things
I
at
saw
close
that.
range.
I saw that.
No, not metagaming or anything.
Yeah, no,
okay,
that's good.
so let's try and shoot him with a total of 21.
Oh, yes,
That
sir.
hits.
Yes, sir.
So I need to get a 1 on this dice to kill him.
Yeah.
So I got a 5, so 6 total.
Unfortunately,
So-
he lives. No, yeah. Tell us what we see, Cavalon, as this arrow sort of pierces this gargoyle.
So as sort of he flies up, Cavalon breathes in, closes his eyes, and says, "Cillin, guide us." Poof. And the arrow fires, and he goes, "Tell the master, tell the..." and just like begins plummeting back down. And at that point, I will stow my bow, draw my sword, and move forward to where Thaddeus is, and sort of
yeah.
prepare for another attack should anything else come in range. Because I don't actually. No, nothing will be in range. That's fine. Yeah, cool.
Cool. Sweet. Okay, great. So you kind of step forward. You see the kind of unsheathing after bits of stone are kind of showering around the feet and head of Thaddeus, Cavalon, and Cillin. Okay, love it. Yeah, he was not able to tell that. So, Gurvansh, it's now your turn. You've seen, like, as both you and sort of your underling, Paranus, have sort of reacted, have bid these travelers declare their intention and their purpose. And as the lead knight at the front of this has sort of haughtily denied you this, you watch as Paranus, trying to flee, is destroyed. So what would you like to do?
Right.
And feel free if you'd like, Gurvansh, like, especially in the early stages, man, like, you know, we've thrown you into like a NASCAR race, like in the middle of lap 280, you know what I mean? So like you are an absolute G black belt that's crushing it. I'm truly in this moment realizing how poorly I prepared you. So like, please,
It's all right.
please put that onto me. But you know, sort of the short list of like why these gargoyles are here, who their master is. And so I think the question for you in this moment is like, are you seeking vengeance? Or are you seeking something else? And feel free to describe it in broad, general terms, and then we can figure it out.
Right. So I'm thinking of a smart move rather than just gonna straight away go for vengeance. So probably something like a hidden attack, if that's possible.
Okay, got it. And so is the idea is the prerogative here to attack and then also try to reach a place of distance, of perhaps not being seen?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll say, because you do have multi-attack, both of your attacks are melee, meaning you have to be like within 5 feet of a character. Right now, you're flying about 30 feet above this entire party that's on the ground floor next to this tower. So your options would be, you could try to go to one of these trees, try to like fly there quickly and hide yourself amongst the branches. They would know in general which tree you went to. You could try to go to the very top of the tower, which is about 150 feet away from where you are right now, and sort of hide yourself amongst the Kremlins and Merlins of the top of that tower. But to attack and also do that, you will need to come within 5 feet of a character.
Sure.
So just kind of factor that all in. It's kind of a tough spot.
Right. I think I would like to go in the trees.
Okay, awesome. So in the owlbear, on that sort of map I sent you, on the right side of it, there's a little icon that looks almost like a raindrop or a teardrop. You can also, I think, just hit Q. Yeah, if you're on the owlbear, you can just hit the Q on your keyboard, and that will bring up essentially like a laser pointer. So
yeah.
Feel free to kind of tell me which of these trees you're going to go and try to hide yourself within.
Right. About this one. Wait. Can I just show you?
Yeah, okay,
Can you see
perfect.
it?
Got it. Cool.
Okay.
Okay, sweet. So,
Let me just get it so these bastards don't know where it is. But you just start like immediately you like tuck and dive, right? You see this gargoyle like twisting, almost like barrel rolling. So as you head over here, give me a stealth check. So roll a d20 and then add I think because of the nature of the fact that you can be indistinguishable from stone, why don't you add 2 to it?
All right, so 7 plus 2 is going to be 9.
9, excellent. So this is a great example in the harsh reality of passive perception in Dungeons and Dragons. Because essentially the way that hiding works is like you'll hide yourself, and the stealth roll determines how hard it is to find you, to spot you. In combat, whenever a character is like caught up in the middle of something like this, where it's like things are happening fast, they have to rely on their passive perception, which I know this is a lot of like mumbo jumbo, but essentially, unfortunately, every one of these members has a passive perception that is above 9. So they see you sort of like, well, yeah, although his arrogance may blind him, he is at a 10. You know what? I think probably canonically, Thaddeus doesn't see where you go. That's a very good point, Sage. His passive perception fails him somehow.
Hiding behind his own shield, be like, yes, I know where he's gone. No, you don't.
Forward, you cowards! Yeah, but he can't see a thing. And and so Gurvansh, as you sort of twist yourself into the branches of these trees, you do have partial cover, so you are much harder to hit. I'll say 3/4 cover because of the thickness of these trees, but it is but it's hard. You're in that moment. You're like trying to be motionless in the same way that you hide yourself on stone. You're not sure if you've successfully hidden or not.
Right.
Okay. So you go and you kind of tuck yourself away. Good stuff. I like that. I like the intention there. That's great. That brings us to Cillin, and then Thaddeus and Jaren. So Cillin, what's going on with you?
Okay. Cillin definitely saw where he went. How far away would you say he is from Cillin at the moment?
40. He's about 45 feet away.
Okay.
And these are 5-foot squares.
Gotcha. I don't want to burn that just yet. Well, he'll just... Alright, he'll crush another bit of lichen and just kind of like fling it out towards him and cast Chill Touch as a result from that. And I need to make... Oh, it's been a while since I've cast for Chill Touch. It is a ranged spell attack. That's what it is. Good. That's a 2.
You know what?
Plus 7 for 9. But yeah,
so
sadly that
there's this burst of frost, and Gurvansh, as you see this sort of this strange like combination of brass, copper, and steel covered with this sort of natural order of fungus, extend a hand. There's this explosion of cold that as soon as his hand extends is like nearly upon you. You pull back, and the branches themselves shatter and spew with frost, but you take no damage. Cillin, bonus action movement.
Movement. I'm actually gonna move closer towards Jaren, and just kind of put myself between him and the gargoyle if possible.
Perfect. Okay, easily done. You see Jaren's struggling, but
okay. Yeah, he's just got a body block, and I don't have a bonus action. So in this case, end of my turn. Thank you.
Love it. I love the body block in general. It's just like the ultimate Kevin Costner. It's like it's time, Okay, so that brings us to Thaddeus, who sort of like, fuck, where did he go? Cavalon, where the hell did he go? You see him sort of looking around. He's like looking about. He's kind of doing that thing where like someone's like going like to either side, like with his longsword. Very well. The coast is clear, friends. I have tamed the skies above us. Let us endeavor inside. And you see that Thaddeus like doesn't really notice that the combat music is still playing. He begins he begins like with his longsword, kind of like prying it into the edges of the door and kind of looking at the scroll work before he kind of catches the attitude of both you guys. Oh, is there more? And he's going to use his, I'm sort of treating it like a wasted action. He's essentially going to like kind of jog this way, kind of looking back to Cavalon, whose attention and fervor is still quite focused, and begin heading this direction. Partly like looking amongst the tower for any indication of access point. God damn, and rolling a very poor investigation check. Okay, so that's going to be Thaddeus's turn. That will bring us to Jaren.
Please, I beg of you, help me.
You see him like now kind of like almost like on all fours crawling, and he puts a hand onto your foot, Cillin, and you feel enormous cold radiate, almost like capturing, not in like a dangerous hit point dealing, but like the contact chill is absolutely unnatural and significant. Incredible use of that spell, given the dynamics at play. I'm not going to have another con save because, well, you know what? I will. This spell lasts 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So you see again, he's like,
Fucking hell.
he coughs and like smears across this half plate, this viscous mixture of this gummy kind of brackus, black and crimson, and almost like streaks of green and brown.
Hey, Luxie, the fuck is this? The fuck am I?
And give me another nature check as a free action, Cillin.
Sure.
As again, this sort of like this sort of light green hue, almost this halo of this protection spore pulses around him.
Nature, that's an 8 plus 4 for 12.
Okay. Hard to kind of tell, especially in the heat of battle. Appears to be deteriorating, appears to be like heavily and well served by this spell as well. So that's going to be Jaren's turn. He tries to hold it together. Paranus, unfortunately, is in ashes and stone at your feet. So that brings us to Cavalon. You've seen this one gargoyle, turn to dust. This other one has sort of spiraled into the tree and sort of gathered behind the branches. What would you like to do, Cavalon?
This is going to be a hard choice one. Given the state of Jaren, Cavalon doesn't want to continue fighting. He needs to deal with his own people. So he's going to kind of walk forward towards where Jaren is, still holding his sword at sort of ready stance. And I'm going to call out and say, Dorgard, we have no quarrel with you or your master. Let's end this. And, yeah, hold action. No, actually, I'm not going to hold the action. I'm going to use that as sort of a free action. And I wonder... I don't think Lesser Restoration is going to have any effect on Jaren, because it's not a poison. He's not blinded, deafened, or paralyzed, so it's almost like a waste of doing that. But it is almost worth using my Divine Sense, so I can affect... so as an Oath of the Watcher Paladin, I can detect good and evil, and until the end of the next turn I can sense anything affected by a Hallow spell, and know the location of any Celestial, Fiend, or Undead within 60 foot that is not behind total cover. So I think I'm going to do that, and just see whatever I sense from Jaren, and and see what's coming out of that.
So as you sort of you see this as well, Cillin, as you're kind of taking in the battlefield around you, you see this knight kind of extending this sword and moving in a very kind of aware and defensive stature until he gets to Jaren, his companion, and it's almost that like checking under heavy fire where he's not able to give Jaren his full attention but is still checking in, and in that moment extends a hand. And there's this brief shimmering of gold light that extends from the tip of Cavalon's hand and breaks around the forebrow and crest down to the feet of Jaren. And if you watch on the owlbear, Cavalon, there's this brief moment as Jaren kind of turns to you.
What the fuck is this? What the hell sort of dark magic is this?
You see again, he spits out this blood, and for a brief moment you see in his place an undead visage. Almost like a mirage, the flesh completely stripped away and decayed, the eyes devoid of their sockets. And just as soon as you breathe, there's another cough, and your friend returns.
Help me. This isn't right. I can't go on like this.
You see he's like sort of like starting to lean and like half crawl before he goes like somewhat in the fetal position. And it appears to be in immense pain next to this fire.
Well, shit.
Yeah. I would say that, like, you know, Lesser Restoration, I feel like just with your awareness of what the spell does, you know its uses, you feel like, damn, like, maybe worth a shot, but probably not, like, doesn't fit the actual description, would probably require some sort of roll to succeed. In a similar fashion, you have the ability, you know, to lay on hands in a very significant fashion. Maybe not to the way to remove diseases, like mechanically, like a higher level paladin was, but I think, again, I think you realize that, you know, expending a certain amount of hit points from your lay of hands could facilitate a potential roll. So that would be Cavalon's turn. Gurvansh, that's going to bring you to you. As you've sort of felt this cold erupt through the branches of this tree, you've seen this, you know, this plate-bound knight extend a sword to you and go to his friend, who appears to be in much pain, and cry out that his quarrel is not with you. What would you like to do?
So I was talking about sudden attack, right? So I can attack right now.
Okay, got it. Okay, great. So the gargoyle is, you know, capable of flight, capable of moving quite far. You are within this tree. You see these individuals sort of pressing towards you. You're about 10, 15 feet up. But to attack them, you would have to get within 5 feet of them. So you would have to fly to one of them or something like that.
Right. So I could fly right here, right?
Show me again on the owlbearer? Yeah, totally.
Sure. So I think I would fly over there.
Okay, great. So you've got 60...
Can I also have like stealth so if they don't see me, something like that? Because I can go invisible, right?
Well, you can only really go like undetectable whenever you're motionless on stone.
Right.
Like you look exactly like a statue would look, right? So in this situation, you because of the fact that initial stealth roll was failed, and because of the nature of like this combat, there's a ton of attention on you right now. What we can do, be a pretty high DC. DC will be 18, but you can give me a.
Can you give me 1 second? I'm sorry, I have to come right away. Give me just like 1 second, all right?
Okay,
just
yeah,
1 second.
Go for it. Now that, my friends, is how you set up a cliffhanger.
Yep.
I love that. He's about to come back with reinforcements. I want you guys both to know that. Just in general, there is this one gargoyle remaining. By this point, running the entire length, now about halfway up this 180-foot tower, you see...
That's still going on.
Still is,
shit.
yes. This elvish rune work is like igniting up the length of it. And you don't see any movement at the very top of it. I would say that for the most part, Jaren is looking like he's fucking hanging on. And Thaddeus is really has never lost his poise or composure in his eyes. And he's essentially in the process of...
I am so sorry about that.
Oh no, dude, you're good, man. You are good.
All right.
So Gurvansh, as you sort of come back and you're trying to move from tree to tree, it is unfortunately like, about noonday. It's early in the afternoon. It's full sun. It's a tough situation because, all eyes are on you, kind of Tupac style. So what we can do is the DC will be 18, but you can give me a stealth roll. Unfortunately, you have +0, so there's a 10% chance this will work. But give me a D20 roll to see if you can kind of find a gap as like Jaren is sort of reacting, and you see Cavalon extending this divine sense, and Cillin sort of looking back, and Thaddeus sort of being full of himself. What'd you roll? 15. Okay, so partial success. As you sort of move from this tree to this other,
right?
Let's let the dice decide. I'd say Cillin and Cavalon, give me 2 perception rolls. Both of them at advantage, just because of the nature of what's going on and the fact we're kind of moving the mechanics slightly.
Perception. I believe I have 7 to that. So that is a 23.
Okay.
Cool, because mine's a 12.
Okay, got it. So as it sort of streaks across, Cillin, your eyes go from this mid-ranking knight in silver to the treetops behind him, as you see movement between the branches and then 2 stone talons gripping a branch. As this is happening, Cavalon, there's a moment where like you hear flight and look, and whip back and don't immediately see where Gurvansh has landed, but you do see that this gargoyle is no longer within the tree that he had originally been sitting. Thaddeus also appears unaware. Well, as I said, there's nothing to fight. Inward we press in the name of the silver. And you guys are like, dude, it's still happening around us. So Gurvansh, you have success.
Even if there wasn't, there's a guy dying on the floor. Like, come on, man.
Who do you mean? Oh shit! Yes, Jaren, sit up, man. You you see as Gurvansh, as you sort of make this last ditch, this sort of attempt, you move tree to tree. You're not really sure who all has caught you, but you do feel like you pretty well caught a break in the action and chose your moment to be active. So you have moved into this tree. Right. In general, what are you trying to accomplish? Like, what's sort of your big picture goal?
Right. So I think it would be to probably attack on the one who killed the other guy.
I love it. Okay, great. So as you sort of erupt out of this tree, you move towards Cavalon. You see this like heavily armored, the eyes of this sort of like soft-hewn elven features, almost aglow like the noonday sun. And as you move towards him, give me 2 attack rolls. The first can be an advantage because you are coming from a place of being hidden.
Right. So I roll a d20?
So roll 2 d20s and then tell me the higher number.
Okay. So I get a 16.
Okay. I think a 16 hits. Plus 4, that'd be a dirty 20. Cavalon, as you're kind of thinking about, man, like, what are my options? You just saw this compatriot's face. Was it spectral? Was it literal? Almost disappear and fall away, leaving a hollow skull beneath when erupting from the trees, sending branches flying as these stone wings flap towards you, comes the gaping mouth of a stone gargoyle. It rakes into the top part of this plate armor, not like breaking through it, but you feel the compress of these stone teeth. Roll a d6 for me, Gurvansh.
Sure. A 5.
Oh, wow. Okay, 5 plus 2. That's a 7. You take 7 points of piercing damage, Cavalon. And go ahead and roll another d20. Just straight roll. Gurvansh.
Sure. A 19.
Okay, definitely hits. Roll another d6 for me.
Sure. A 1.
Okay, plus 2, so that'll be 3. So you take an additional 3 points of slashing damage as sort of this bite comes in, and you're creating a little bit of space with the longsword kind of bellying between the two of you when streaking upward low to high and almost catching you beneath the chin are these stone talons. Okay, so Gurvansh, that's pretty much, your movement and action. You have sort of, flown from tree to tree and then erupted in sort of a hidden attack at this one fellow that brought down the other gargoyle. That will bring us to Cillin. Cillin, you never really lost track of where this gargoyle was, but now you see him like, flying and sort of surprising Cavalon and landing these 2 attacks.
Okay. Cavalon has been able to handle himself pretty well. Looking at my poor possessed friend here, how long would I say he has? Because he's just obviously deteriorating.
Yeah. So with that medicine check, and I think also with the nature of that spell relative to your proficiency, I think there's a sense of understanding that like what is keeping this man alive, and perhaps even in corporal form, is this protection from good and evil.
Okay. He's, as a druid, I think he has a very solid understanding of life and death, and maybe would like to save who he can, but knows that death is inevitable and a part of life. So I'm going to say he's going to just keep a close eye on him, and if it looks like he's going to die, he's preparing gentle repose pretty much as fast as he can.
Love it.
That being said, yeah, he would try to help. He's gonna cast. He's gonna get that mycelium rope out and try to whip this guy off of his paladin friend here. So he's gonna cast Thorn Whip.
Fuck yeah.
That's a 4.
4, okay. And it's
4
tough.
plus 7's 11. So yeah.
They're so close. Like as you're seeing, there's just like this tumble of stone wings kind of twisting around where you see this knight standing, trying to create a little bit of distance between the two of them. As you're sort of waiting for a moment, you let the vine whip go, and in that second, pivots, bringing Cavalon's back to you. You pull back on the whip, bringing it short, inches away from the back of your companion. Doesn't land. You do have a bonus action and movement if you'd like.
Movement again is just gonna adjust my body so it's between him and the gargoyle, and
yeah.
just he's got an internal fight to win, and I'm trying not to get him bitten while he tries to win that fight. So.
Understandable. So you see, we'll say Jaren has sort of crawled this way. Cillin kind of steps in between. You now see, like, and can almost feel like this cold radiating from the stone body of this gargoyle, the ferocity and the intensity of his purpose. Okay, 6. So that's Cillin's turn. That's going to bring us to Thaddeus. Jaren, I command you as first sword to stand. We are on commission. We are knights in silver, for God's sake, man. Have some self-respect. You see him sort of like stepping forward, and like there's a little bit of this like, I mean, I think you guys who both know like the score, like, bro, who is this guy? But as he's sort of walking, he's almost like tossing a lot of this to Jaren. You know, when they said that you were coming with me, I said I wasn't sure you could handle yourself. It was moments like this. He sort of like in this, he sort of gets into like a low, almost like fencing stance and slides forward. He's going to attack at advantage as he flanks. Natural 19, natural 20. I'll tell you what, the cockier Thaddeus gets, the more effective. I believe.
I almost feel like
Bogly...
Cavalon saw it coming and like twists the gargoyle into place because he's like, no, he's not killing me. Moves the gargoyle between the two of just sort of wrestling.
Oh my gosh, so true, so true. So that is fucking great. So he's gonna have to toss a divine smite onto this just out of necessity. Damn, those were some awful rolls. 8. Okay, it was 9. 8 plus 9. 17 plus 3. Okay, so that's 20 points of slashing damage to you, Gurvansh.
Right.
I think that brings you to what, 22 hit points?
20, right?
20? Okay,
cool.
thank you.
Okay. That get me to 24, so I got a 20, right? A minus a 20.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So that brings you to 24.
So I get
copy.
24, yeah.
Okay, copy that. So he's like, as he does, there's this like shower of sparks. Gurvansh, you feel this blade almost like catch below the back of the neck and pierce through. There's this cracking as you feel both of your wings, the stone sort of apparitions on your back, almost give way. By nature of your sort of form, that stone tightens and reseals itself, but portions of your body and structure are being blown apart by this knight's blade. He again flashes forward and attacks. Oh my god. I'm not joking. I rolled a natural 1 and a natural 2. I just rolled a 19 and a 20, and then a 1 and a 2. This is this man in a nutshell. Whoosh! Hand to God, Jaren. I will tell Methramar that you were loafing about, that you started a fire at midday and took a nap. It's absurd. And as he does, I think there's a part of you, Cavalon, that's like almost about to pull this gargoyle out of the way to be like, hey man, like he's running a fever. Whenever you see this sword flashing forward and you sort of pull yourself and unfortunately the gargoyle out of the way. But that's going to be Thaddeus's turn. It will bring us to Jaren. Ooh, okay. You see him he's like, oh, fuck me. His like body starts to like twist almost, and he looks back and looks you dead in the eyes, Cillin.
Please, God, not like this. I beg you, not like this.
You see him sort of spit out, and landing at your feet, you see 2, 3, 4 small, like mucusy but dark black, speckled with crimson, pieces of fluid. And as they land at your feet, Cillin, you see them move. Almost like pieces of Venom, the superhero. But they move away from Jaren, from the ground itself. They gather into one form, almost moving like an inchworm, until they reach the base of the tower and start to climb. You watch as they inch, this blackness moving and ebbing of its own volition, as it comes sort of hooking around the top of these iron doors And once it reaches this up and down, top to bottom highway of elvish runes, you see one of these pieces of blood reach the bottommost rune and turn it black before in a glowing fashion of dark gray moving towards opal black. You see the runes themselves start to darken.
Please, God, not like this, I beg of you. I have a wife.
And at this point, you guys really seeing for the first time taking an action, Badrick. Oh, holy God. If he dies, do I technically take his place? Please say no. You see him sort of like crawling over to Jaren and like trying to like rearrange this horse's blanket that's fallen from his shoulder. Badrick is really, he's down, he's willing. He has some like training dumbing and like military exercise experience. This is his first mission in the field. The fact that Jaren is going down in front of him is not helpful. So anyway, so that's his turn. That will bring us to Cavalon, again at the top of the round. We'll see where we get through at the end of this round, and then just take a look at where things are standing. So Cavalon, what would you like to do?
So at this point, Cavalon is effectively going to go, fine then. And his eyes glow white, and he's going to cast Moonbeam.
Yes.
And call Moonbeam down on the two of them.
Oh my God, let's fucking go.
So, Batra, you'll need to do a Constitution saving throw. So if you roll a d20, and then I believe your Constitution is +3.
Yes. And in just
Okay, so I
yeah, you roll a d20.
roll right now. Okay,
Yep.
okay. I got 11.
11 plus 3 is 14, so you just pass. That's annoying.
Yeah. Good job, though. You see this stone creature like withstand it, but it is an area of effect spell, Cavalon. So
it is,
so
but only against creatures that I consider like not part of my group.
Oh, I didn't realize that specific part of it. That would have
Yep,
helped
so
me when I was playing a druid. Got it.
It won't affect Jaren at this point, because as far as I'm concerned, he's still with us.
Copy that. Love it.
So there's that, and then I'm going to and then I'm going to use my Starlight Step.
Fuck yeah.
And step 30 foot away, or up to 30 foot away. So basically, the other side of Jaren, just effectively in your claws. I disappear in just like, and just left with a sort of shimmering starlight, and reappear at the other side of Jaren, and slough off my sword. Sort of take a more battle stance, ready for anything else that comes, and that'll be it for the moment. Yes,
that's fucking sick. And does Moonbeam not? Does it take? Is there no damage on a save? On a successful save.
As far as I'm aware, on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. So yeah, it does take some damage, cool. But not all of it. That's good. So let me roll that then. That's 2d10. So you take 5 damage. That's already halved.
Okay, I already halved. Loved it. So there's 5 points of I'm not sure what
radiant.
That is. Radiant. Okay, awesome. Radiant damage that you take, Gurvansh. You see this paladin. Excuse me. Well, yeah, partly paladin. These eyes sort of expand and the glowing magnify as coming down, like seemingly out of the noonday sun, is this silvery beam of light. You feel your whole body constrict, and though you resist the spell, you still take 5 points of radiant damage. As that happens, the entirety of this knight's form that was like basically right in front of you, almost like steps away as if it was never there. Okay, cool shit. So Cavalon just sort of, disappears on the other side of this pitch. You see Jaren, he's in very bad shape. Gurvansh, that brings us to you. You have sort of descended, been somewhat surrounded.
Right.
What would you like to do?
I would like to attack the person who is got the most damage.
Like who has received the most damage?
Yeah. Who's received the most damage? That's right.
Tough to say. I guess it's really only. I guess it's between Thaddeus and Cavalon. Yeah, exactly. Thaddeus is only. It's kind of hard to tell that. Roll a d20 for me, Gurvansh, and we're gonna subtract 1 from that.
14.
Okay, great. So that's a 13. So you look at it, and it's for you, it's hard to tell. It's either Cavalon, this knight that sort of teleported away, or it's
Right.
Thaddeus, the similarly dressed knight that kind of came and attacked your back. Both of them clearly have taken damage. Both of them, however, do look pretty, hale. Their armor not, heavily damaged. They look pretty hardy.
Right. So I gotta choose one, right?
Yes. Well, and listen, I mean, it's really whatever you like. You could flee. You could,
Right.
You could attack. You could try to reason. You could fly upward. You could take 2 attacks at somebody. You could take 1 attack at one, another at another.
Right. So, I think I'm gonna do a multi-attack on Thaddeus. I think.
Cool.
Guess that's
Awesome.
the one. Right.
So you turn and face them, and you see he's sort of like in this like repast pose, his long sword extended. He's hit you twice. He's like, "Oh fuck, don't choose me." You see him sort of like hold up his shield and ready himself. But go ahead and roll a d20 and then add 4 to it.
4 to it. All right. I get a 9 and I add 4, so that's 13.
13. Okay, so just misses. As it comes, it's sort of bashed aside by his shield. The bite, your teeth do come into purchase, but they're sort of swashed aside. You can make your second attack if
Right.
you'd like.
Sure. So I'm gonna roll another d20, right? Okay.
Yeah, and then add 4 to it for sure.
So 13 plus 4, that's 17.
There you go. Okay, great. So roll a d6. Then we'll add 2 to it.
Okay, d6. I get a 2, so I'm gonna add 2 to it, right? So it's gonna be
minus
4.
4. Awesome. Love it. Okay, sick. This claw just sort of streaks. Ah! You fucking aberration! How dare you touch me? And he sort of starts to come in, responding to that. Any movement you'd like to use, Gurvansh? You've sort of turned around, attacked this knight twice, but you've got 60 feet of movement
Right.
if you'd like.
Sure, I would like to go up.
Awesome, good call. So you just fly upward. As you do,
Right.
Thaddeus is going to again try to swipe. Ooh, this time he's like, "Not again, you fiend of stone!" He like slashes forward. He does catch you, and you know what? Fuck it. I'm sorry. He's gonna divine smite as well. Damn, dude. So that's gonna be 13 points of damage to you, Gurvansh. He sort of flashes forward with this longsword.
Right.
And yes, and hits you. However, it doesn't take you all the way out. He goes upward. He sort of just goes, streaking upward. These wings of stone somehow carrying him very swiftly. So
Right.
that's going to be you, Gurvansh. You basically go directly up. I would say, for what it's worth, you are still within the confines of this moonbeam spell, and I think sort of in a general functioning sense as a gargoyle and someone that is purposed to be a guardian of this tower, I think you would try to leave the radius of this spell, unless you would think otherwise.
Right.
Ultimately, it's completely your call.
I think I would leave. That's a good option.
Cool. So you just, you go 55 feet up and then 5 feet to the left. So you sort of dip out of this place. And as that's happening, Gurvansh, you see that it's Cillin's turn, shortly followed by Thaddeus. So Cillin, what would you like to do? You've seen now this eruption of sort of pale energy, and then the body of Cavalon dissipate and reappear. As that happened, this gargoyle attacked and then swiftly started flying upward.
He'll hesitate for a moment, look up, and say, "Custodian of the uninvited tower, you don't need to fight." And just kind of look for a cue if he's still hostile.
Cool.
If he is, there'll be an inbound spell.
Okay, copy. Cool. So you ready that, if necessary, as you sort of toss out these wise words of bidding. That's going to bring us to Thaddeus. "Very well to fly off, you fiend! Ha ha! Yet another, you saw that. You saw me strike him twice. One of them a critical, driving him up into his stoneward ascent. Good riddance!" You see him sort of crying out, and he takes a moment. He's still looking upward and kind of struggling to sheath his sword. God damn it! He slams it in. And Thaddeus is, in a very sort of self-satisfied way, while watching this sort of upward-bound gargoyle again swagger up to the front of these iron-bound doors. So that's going to be his turn. Listen, we all know what the fuck's going on with Jaren. He continues to be absolutely fucked. Badrick is sort of rolling over like, hey man, are you good? You want some water? He sort of like holds up his canteen yet again, and as he does, Jaren sort of drinks deeply before, it's sort of like an exorcism style, just projectile of this black bile all over Jaren. I mean, all over Badrick. Oh shit! God damn, man. It smells like death. I just asked you. Fuck, it's in the canteen. You see him sort of like take it back. He's like kind of just like trying to get all this stuff out. He's like completely like grossed and douched. They are having a very bad time over there by this fire. That's going to bring us back to Cavalon. Now, for intents and purposes, Cavalon, you've sort of seen now. I don't know if it's safe to say that this gargoyle is fleeing, but it has attacked Thaddeus twice and then vaulted up into the heavens. What would you like to do?
He's going to breathe in and say, as Cillin wills it, and push his hand forward, moving the moonbeam to center back onto the gargoyle.
I know. Ah, so good. Okay, so again, make a Constitution saving throw. Roll a d20 for me, Gurvansh, and add 3 to it.
All right.
Nice.
So I got a 2s, but I'm gonna add 3. That's gonna be 5.
5. Okay, so a 5
So
unfortunately fails.
Fails. So that'll be full damage, which was an 8 and a 9 for a total of 17.
17 points of damage. Okay, so there's 17
Radiant.
points of radiant damage to you. Gurvansh, I think that's enough to do it.
Yeah.
So, if you wouldn't mind, Gurvansh, describe to us what it looks like as the most senior of these gargoyles, certainly the most beloved. It starts to vault skyward towards the very sort of topmost, base or top of this stone edifice. And moonlight starts to fill it, and this radiant damage constricts your frame. What do the final moments of Gurvansh, the gargoyle, look like?
I would be back.
That's so fucking good. And like somehow like limply echoing from the fragments and dust-strewn bits of stone that had previously been the other gargoyle pairing us, you hear, "We'll be fucking back!" Just sort of like echoing impossibly before you see above you again a shower of stone as this gargoyle shatters and ceases to be.
As the stone hits the ground, Cavalon will drop the concentration and the moonbeam will sort of fade from... And he'll be sort of stood there. Thaddeus!
What? It's all well.
Dude. No.
See to you, Squire.
Yeah.
Begins kind of cleaning off his blade.
And you see...
Jaren, whatever
please.
was in Jaren had an interaction with the tower.
Oh my god, is that accurate? Is that real?
He points to the black rune and whatever remnants may remain.
So what do these runes say in Elvish? Now that
Cool.
we're
I
actually
also
getting a chance to
speak
look at them.
So here's the sequencing on this just real quick. As the spell is cast, the gargoyle extends. You see like most of the stone falls onto Thaddeus. God damn! You see it sort of like falling about him. As that happens, you sort of call out to him, Cavalon, like, "Hey man, there's a fucking situation." And you do see that Badrick is trying to use now, pulling the blanket from Jaren, who's completely slumped over, using it to wipe his face. But I want to just give some credence, because Gurvansh, you're the fucking man, dude. Appreciate you doing this, bro. Appreciate you coming in with 0 D&D experience. I thought it would be easier to have you play like a gargoyle that's like made to attack, you know what I mean? But well, you know what? This is a mild taste of what it is to be a dungeon master that is trying to, you have to scale it, multiple encounters, but many of the monsters do end up turned into rubble, their blood emptied onto the stone of some forgotten temple. So please understand that like you nailed this and really played this exactly how I was hoping you would, bro. This was awesome.
I hope so. Thank you for having me.
No, you killed it, man. You killed it. We'll figure out a way to let you be on the side of the PCs next time.
Sure. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, buddy. Okay, well, hey, man, we're gonna let you go from the Zoomer, but
Of course.
I truly
of
love
course.
you, man. Value you. I mean, I think it is now 2:38 in the morning, local for you.
Yeah, 138. Yeah.
Okay, well, you're a
Christ.
beast who's in the middle of the night for us right now. So thank you so much, Gurvansh, for the time, for the execution. Bugles up.
Sure, man. Sure. But before I go, I will
Yes.
be back.
Yeah.
All right, take care, guys.
So good. Love you, G. See you
meet
soon,
ya.
buddy. So good. Okay. I think this should drop us back into frame here in a second in an appropriate fashion. Yes, look at that. Okay, so as the combat sort of slows and as you look up and just reaching the top, the rest of these glowing elvish runes turn into this dark, ebbing blackness, and you step forward, Cavalon, to perhaps examine them. Let's take a quick 5. Perhaps grab a quick sip of water if you're me, and then we'll come back to see where we continue at the base of Telkoun's tower. But excellent work, guys. I love y'all. I'm loving this. Is that cool? Are we
Hell
cool
yeah,
to
this
take a
is
quick
fun.
5er?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweet. Sweet.
Good.
Um,
Super fun.
Guys, I appreciate y'all rolling through with us. We're just going to take a brief. This isn't really halftime because we're like about 2/3 of the way there, but we're going to take a brief moment and then we'll come back and continue onward. So, see you guys in a sec. Where are we at? And I can't find it. Ah, there we are. Okay, see you in a sec.
All right.
Now we actually have a return. Hello, guys. Welcome back. I hope no one was fooled by the starting soon. I meant the second half will be starting soon. And now it has. But as the dust sort of settles, and as the stone from this last gargoyle pretty much entirely covers Thaddeus, the first sword, you guys watch, and hear, rather, as Jaren continues fighting for his life.
Fuck me. Please, God, not like this.
You see now, like, he's pulled off his steel gauntlets, and the embeddings of his nails are oozing blood. Like the very tips of his fingers, where he drags them into the ground, leaves these ruddy streaks of red.
Knight, Squire, I'm not sure of your official designation. Forgive me.
Well, yeah, Squire works. You can call me Bedrick. People call me Rick.
What is your process for dealing with the dead? Would it be appropriate to bury them, or do you burn them?
Well, normally there's a funeral pyre at Ravenwatch, but I mean, he's not dead, right? He's just a bit. He's just like sick, right?
Thaddeus. He's gonna sort of call back again to try and get his attention.
Well, what is it, Cavalon? What is? Why are we biding our time? We've defeated the.
See to the men.
What men?
And he's
oh
like,
shit, Jared.
Seething his like sword, just like, come on, leader, come on, lead.
Right. Step aside, Cavalon. Step aside. He sort of like steps up, and you see him sort of kneel. And I think there's probably a part of you, Cillin, that's like, don't touch that dude. That's the first thing he does. He like reaches down and kind of like rubs, his forefinger and thumb, catching up some of this viscous blackness. Well, he smells it. You're like, don't do it. He tastes it. You're like, fuck. Oh, that was most vile. It's almost like an
Why would you
irony.
do that?
Because I'm thorough, Mr. Sage.
Possibly infected. No.
Me?
In addition.
No, surely not. But like literally your first thought is like, bro, that's gotta be how it was transferred. You look back to Jaren, and the spell is now in the final, minute and a half of this protection against good and evil. And again, there's these pulses of this, mossy light green, as the effects of this druidic spell keep this man until the spell expires.
Brother Jaren, you have a choice to make. On your terms or not.
He looks up at you. He's like,
I don't want to die like this, but I don't want to slowly bleed out either.
You see him sort of roll onto his side, and he pulls out his longsword. He jams it into the ground, sort of bringing himself up.
I beg of you, Cavalon, make it swift.
Thaddeus from the back is like, the hell is this? We're Knights of the Silver, not goddamn sycophants. You'll get some rest.
That's a
He's
natural
beyond
20
that.
to decapitate him.
The second his head rolls off, I'm casting Gentle Repose on
Love
his
it.
body.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
So even like as he's finishing Make It Swift, the sword comes out almost silently, straight down and across. And you see like a single tear just sort of as Cavalon sheds it, like, I'm sorry, brother.
And there are sometimes exceptions, but for his shortcomings as a man, he was a dedicated soldier.
And he made his choice on his terms or not. And
Yeah,
he chose
no,
his terms.
and honestly, like, great move, all three of you guys. As the Gentle Repose also affects this, you see what was almost like geysering black blood from the space above the neck that now rests open, slowly slows. And in a fashion that really makes the most sense to you, Cillin, you bring together the head and the torso, laying them just beside this fire, building up a little bit of a sort of mossy embankment to stop the head from rolling, putting it where it's resting nearly flush. Badrick's like, well, damn, now I understand your question. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to get this body back to Ravenwatch at some point. I mean, we don't want to leave him out here for the goddamn crows.
We most
We can
certainly will
into
not.
him. He'll start casting mold earth underneath him, and
Fuck
then
yeah.
replace the dirt on top of him. He won't decay under that magic for almost 2 weeks, so we have time to bring the body back.
You see Badrick go to Jaren's horse, this very deep-chested bay, and he goes up to the very back of this saddle, sort of reaches within it and pulls out this flourishing tabard that marks the crescent moon and 3 stars of Cillin. You see him come back, sort of drape it over the side, and tucking it beneath the shoulders and legs as you begin to mold the earth around him.
And Cavalon will sort of stand there and sword to chest in sort of Elvish, mutter a prayer to Saloon to watch over their fallen brother, who served in her name kind of style of not full funeral rites style thing, but as much as of a blessing as they can bring themselves on to give
Sure.
a fallen comrade.
And in this moment, both Cillin and Cavalon, you feel inspiration. Feel you and your player sheet. Truly, take it, roll with it.
Thank you.
There's a moment where Thaddeus is like, sort of the silence has sort of fallen, and Badrick himself is extremely sullen and silent, which is rare for him. Before it's broken by Thaddeus. Well, I didn't know he was even sick. This is most disconcerting. He seemed fine, did he not? Sort of looking at each of you.
No,
No?
he was horribly sick.
Well, he hid it well.
You are aware that it is supposed to be first among blades, not first above, yes?
I am aware, Cavalon. And when it is your turn to lead, I will let you lead in your own fashion. But today, we step in the light, and we step quickly. Come. He sort of looks back, and it's I think, striking, especially to you, Cillin. You're like, damn, like, you saw Cavalon, I mean, was moved by this, took steps to preserve it. Thaddeus has immediately moved on. He comes up to the front of this stone tower, and as the sort of the rune work is entirely black, you step close enough to read it. And you see, and you see it kind of extends a little bit beyond, but to see how high and how much you can read, give me a perception check, Cavalon.
Oh, okay, yeah. 19 plus 3 for 22.
Okay, 19 plus 3 for 22. Awesome, just give me one moment.
Math.
Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, so good. I love that. No, I will not. Okay, so 21. So you look up, you're able to read, I mean, almost like 120 feet up, like easily, 65, moving towards 70%. There's a repetition to it that is broken up by different singular kind of isolated runes or couplings of runes. But you see repeatedly this organization of letters that spells Telkoun. It says Telkoun, Prince of Blood, begat of Fiend, begat of Fire. And then it says Telkoun, Prince of Blood, Bringer of Darkness, Leveler of Light. And around that you see it beginning again, Telkoun, Prince of Blood, and extending again. And you can't really make out what it is, but it appears to say something like Sphere of Power or Sphere of Control. And that's something that I think, relative to the history check you rolled, is a new piece of information. You're like, okay, yeah, this guy's fiendish. Okay, blood, I guess that tracks. What the fuck is that? Like, feed the light, break the shadow? Okay, strange. But then whenever it moves into this sphere of power, sphere of control, there's not really, like, there's a little bit of relativity with which you have to interpret old texts, right? Like, it's a bit archaic. And so you're not sure if you're misinterpreting this or if you just don't have the full, kind of perspective to be able to interpret it in a sensical way.
I'll relay any of that to Cillin and unfortunately Thaddeus, but just kind of.
I read Elvish as well, but I'm not a native speaker. I picked up more than I did.
It's Any ideas? Sphere of control, influence, power? I should have paid more attention at school.
Could mean a few things, right?
Hmm.
An artifact sphere that's possible to control things, or extending its own influence through its presence.
Well, whatever it is, I don't think it should be left unattended. What say you, First Blade?
Well, I came here for one purpose, and that was to determine what the fuck this thing is doing here, how it got here, and why. So, me...
That's 3 purposes, just as...
that was all ramping up to the one purpose, which is to uncover... You see him sort of backtracking. He's like, it is an umbrella of purpose, all of which fall beneath. But I want to know who runs this tower and why they're here, and how they came to... Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Okay, fine. 3 purposes. But you see he's sort of now kind of gumming up, and he speaks Elvish as well. He's a fucking high elf. But he sort of looks up, and he sees you guys like really taking a moment with it. Like, he's that guy that was always skipping science class, you know what I mean? He doesn't give a fuck. He's like, rune works. I was busy going to PE and working on the longsword work. And as you guys sort of, step up to this, you hear this, as both these iron doors open. And I actually blocked out the wrong area of it. Hold up. This is, if my Tuesday game was here, they'd be like, this is right on brand. I'm like, shut the fuck up. All right. It's hard to know which way the fog moves. Okay, here is what you see, my princes. Cool. So you step within this space. And as the door sort of pushes open and then the second follows, you kind of step up behind Thaddeus, Cavalon. And as you sort of...
Before we step inside, I will turn to Badrick and say, stay with the horses and step in, so that Badrick can stay outside with the horses and not have to worry too much about dying inside the town. We've already lost enough people.
Look?
Yeah, the horses look okay. They look good. Like, the gargoyles scared the shit out of them. They are war horses, so I mean there is like a certain amount of hecticness that it just is part of their day-to-day existence. However, like the flying overhead, the movement, but none of them have bolted off. None of them have honestly even had to make any sort of like constitution saves or anything like that. They look more or less the same as when you rode in on them.
Yeah, if they were skittish, sure. They look like they're going to give him a hard time. He's going to try to calm them down. But if they're good, he'll leave them.
Yeah, they really do appear good just because of the swiftness of this battle. But as you guys sort of step inside, you guys both like approach this door before Thaddeus sort of stays your hand. It is first among swords, but still one of us must go in first. It shall be I. He sort of steps in. You're like, fucking take it, dude. He steps into the place.
It's very much like, that's fine. If you want to get caught by the traps, at this point, like, Cavalon's opinion of Thaddeus, although it was fairly low in the first place, his disregard for the death of one of our brothers has kind of made me a bit more, go on then.
Yeah.
Kind of like, off you go.
Yes.
First under the breach, first also die.
No, 100%. There's definitely a lot of that in play. You're like, very well, go for it. You can see that there is essentially this is like a narrow entryway. There are ensconcements to the northern wall that contain busts of what appear to be like very hellish looking faces. There's a door to the east and a door to the west.
Are these hellish faces, not that I'm an expert or anything, but are there any like distinctiveness to them, or is it just all kind of like a artistic rendition of what devils and things like that look like?
They are... Good question. Make a history check. Or make an arcana check. Your choice.
All right. I think I'm equally bad at both. Yep, that is correct. Is a 17 plus 1 for... I guess I'll go with history. I think that makes more sense for him.
Cool.
That's not bad.
So,
yeah,
just
18.
one moment.
I just rolled well, I think.
So as
The
you
dice tell a story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was a strangeness to those years, Cillin, that stacked atop each other, both moving slowly and quickly as you awaited some sort of adjustment to your standing orders. And obviously, eventually, only you know what came of those orders, and your motivation and movement after which. But there was a fair amount of osmosis in the Underdark. I mean, physically upon your frame, yes, but also to some of the intonations and movements of that space. You know that the Drow speak of the Nine Hells with almost a more vitriol than they speak of surface-dwelling elves, which is saying quite a bit. And you're not sure the bust on the left. It looks almost like a half-fiend, dare I say half-drow? Like there's a softness to both the ears, the cheek, and the nose that is extremely elven. However, like the deep-set eyes, like the workings of these horns that are clearly not tiefling, it appears to be some sort of like fiend elf. But the one on the right, there was long spoken of a bone devil that resided in the Nine Hells by the name of Morcanus, a trickster and a beguiler, a fiend certainly, but one that would trick his own kind, that held the wielding of power foremost amongst all things. It was marked by the 2 gold rings in either side of his nostrils, and the 2 gold rings atop either corner of his eyelids. And this stone bust contains all 6 of those rings.
He'll bring it to the receptive knight's attention and string roll. I'm probably not well versed in fiends as you, but the rings must be Morcanus, right?
I've never heard of such a fiend. It's gaudy, and honestly tacky, I would even say. But all information is for the good, I suppose. Will this fiend die to a sword?
Most do, but I would be more concerned with trickery and things of that nature. Don't take things at surface value.
You hear that, Cavalon? Don't be tricked. All right? Keep your wits about you.
Some of us will have a harder time keeping them all in place than others.
That's why I'm asking you to pay a special care, Cavalon.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now that that's sorted. Badrick, I want to make sure... Where the fuck is Badrick? You see he turns around and he's like, oh! He's lucky fella.
Tending the horses.
You see like a very intense moment, even just resting insight of jealousy, before it's washed away under the beguilement of purpose and false confidence. And though Thaddeus is, the first sword or whatever, what would you guys like to do? Because we're not going to let this DM NPC drive the fucking ship.
Which side is this? Is this Bone Devil carving sort of central to the room, or is
Good
it on one
question.
side or another?
So the ensconcements are both essentially here. I could put them... This would be a good way to do it. I'll use this just because I have it in my owlbear and use it a lot for my campaign. This is obviously not what it looks like, but these two sort of ensconcements right here. Pew. Very similar to that. The one on the left appears to be this sort of half-fiend that wasn't immediately kind of recognized by Cillin in terms of, their understanding of history. The one on the right appeared to be this 6-ringed bust of Morcanus.
Well, we know the Prince of Blood is likely more demonic than fey. Press on and sort of indicate the door to the side that the more demonic-looking ensconcement is, rather than the other, but sort of make it a polite question in the sense that more to Cillin than Thaddeus, almost certainly, but kind of politely encompassing him in the...
Your words have wisdom. I agree. Let's go in that direction.
So would that be to the right?
Yes, east.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
I'm really gonna be shit at checking for traps. That's gonna be the problem. Like, Cavalon's like, this door is going to be trapped in some way. He's just sure of it.
So,
But he's like, I don't know where to start with finding how. And he sort of goes to the door and pauses and sort of looks at it and
yeah, give me an investigation
turns and
check.
goes, Thaddeus? Kind of. I can do an investigation check first.
Yeah,
That's
please.
fine. That's not too bad. +3. Oh, it is quite bad. 8 total.
8 total. Okay, perfect.
Still gonna be like, Thaddeus? Sort of, after you, First Blade.
Got it. He's like, yes, as it should be. Step aside. You see him like again go into this like very dramatic like two-handed sword raised stance. He takes 2 quick steps forward and then kicks at the door. It doesn't move. Damn it! You see him sort of sheathe his sword and go up to it and kind of wriggle it. And it's simply because they were pull and not push. And he sort of pulls them open. and as he sort of pulls back, the door's open. See, no reason to fear. All right. He steps in and sort of like he sees it spirals upward. I mean, this is essentially, I forget, I meant to look this up and I just fucked it up. But I forget what they're called whenever it's those sort of like bridged and saddled twin towers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I forget the actual like name of that architecturally, but as he steps through and then the rest of you guys step kind of into this landing, you see that from where you're standing, I mean, you can see up about 140, 160 feet. And give me a perception check, if you don't mind.
Wow. Let's see.
13.
13, okay.
That's a 26 for Cillin.
So as you're sort of, feeling this moment out, right? And as you're kind of looking... Let me just double check one thing real quick. Just want to make sure I have this right. Shibbity beep. One moment as I double check. This is called the anti-booch. This is to make sure we are not booched. All right? Got it. Okay, great. Okay, awesome. So, Cillin, as you sort of step in with that 26, you see nothing immediately. You look upward, you see no movement, you see no crenellations or potential sort of indentations in the stone that could bespeak a hidden area or some sort of area that could perhaps end up being another gargoyle, for example. You see that it really just goes up. But as you're sort of stopping, you hear what sounds almost like a pinging, almost like pressure on metal, like metal on stone. It's faint. Appears to be coming from like one of the floors above you, probably either directly above or one removed with that high of a roll. Thaddeus
You hear that?
kind of pipes
Metal
up.
on, sorry.
Shh. Hear what?
Metal on stone? Like a pinging sound?
And you really don't hear it, Cavalon, neither does Thaddeus.
No, but I will trust your instincts, friend. We may
He
not be
looks at-
alone.
That's fine. If you sure it's not just your footfalls, Warforged? Copper on stone, I see you walking.
He looks at the plate-clad gentleman in front of him.
Well, the world may never know. Come. And like as he again sort of turns from you, Cillin, there's this sense of, probably potential impending death. Thaddeus seems to really be in his own world. Are you guys heading upward? Or are you heading somewhere else within, like to the western side? Like what's y'all's intention from this place?
I feel like some sort of sphere of power is likely to be nearer this pinnacle than the ground floor. But should we check out the other room, or What do you think? You
I
are
think
the
it's
sagely
wise
learned
to-
one.
Clear the base floor first so we know what we're running into. That being said, give me just a moment, the two of you. And he'll
Certainly.
pluck another thing of just sprout of fungus, mesh it together and throw it into the wind, and cast Pass Without a Trace again.
Yes.
To try to limit the footfalls of my teammates.
Fuck yeah. Okay. So, lasts for an hour. So you guys sort of put that up. Even Thaddeus sort of feels that. You see him sort of doing like kind of a crow's hop, like a little mild can. He's like, oh wow. I don't know why I don't normally sound this quiet. It's easy. It feels easy in this moment. And as you guys sort of, the doors are still open. They've been pulled open. And are you guys intending to go to this room to the west?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to kind of clear out, get a view of what's going on.
The fuck is that? Okay, cool. So as you guys sort of go over there, you again sort of come and the door is unlocked. And as you step through it, you see this shallow fountain. Itself, I mean, like the smell immediately hits you. The smell that you know well, Cillin, I mean, standing water. Stagnant growth. It is mired with a thin layer of sludge atop it, and while you can see water beneath, it seems almost more like indeterminate sludge, mud, algae than it is actually water. Beyond that, to the western side of this base level of the floor, are three, or how many is that? 6 or 7, like medium-sized iron cages. Each of these squares, for intents and purposes, is like 10 feet across, and you see in a larger kind of corner cage that's been built the entirety of the about 15, 20 feet from floor to ceiling, a huge steel-barred cage that within it contains a black bear. You see the fur, particularly around like the paws and the actual sort of claws of it, are completely like rubbed raw. Wounds all across the neck and face. There's enormous patches where fur is missing, is simply not there. Thaddeus sort of comes up and like immediately takes the hilt of his sword. Ding, ding! There's a bear in there. Can you see? It's hello, bear. Ah! You see him sort of like now, sort of like dragging the sword across the bars.
Brother Thaddeus, stop that. Have some compassion, man.
I am. I'm trying to give it some sort of. What? It's a bear. See it come around and in that moment, I would say both of you guys make an insight check for me.
Insight. Cool. 19 plus 4 for 23.
Fuck yeah.
8 plus 4 for 12.
So, Cillin, there's a really inherent language that's largely unspoken that you are both fluent in and almost constantly speaking with. It's just that sort of natural connection. So much of it is energy-based and feel. The literal connection in the same way that an entire mountainside of trees can be connected through their network of roots. And as you sort of look towards this bear, there's a deep, I mean, I hesitate to say connection because I don't want to just like label that for you, but in the same way that you have occasionally seen animals and creatures and been like, this is something else, I think that strikes you. As you look into its eyes, Cavalon, you see that this is clearly an extremely intelligent, sentient beast.
It is more than a bear. And he's going to just, with projecting everything he can of non-violence and assistance, he's going to sort of gently reach through the bars, lay a hand on the bear, and use the lay on hands to try and sort of, only for a couple of hit points, but clean up like any wounds around the bear's paws and things like that, and just effectively, like try and heal him a little bit, and just be like, ignore the idiot, kind of style of the guy banging on the kitchen, like, ignore the idiot, I'm here to help.
So as you sort of extend this hand, and as 5 hit points leave this sort of pool of divine purpose and fill the body of this bear, several things happen. You do see significant closing of the wounds around the face and neck. There's a mild like thinning out of one of the blotchy spots that begins to sort of become more full and flush. But in that moment, as you sort of touch it, you see like almost the trembling exterior of this bear before everything but the eyes shift. And I'd like to welcome OnslaughtSix to the table.
Oh, I'm glad I know. It was like, yay,
Yeah.
heal the bear.
Okay, give me 1 second because I need to adjust your nameplate. And welcome, Onslaught. Thank you for being so patient. I gave you the worst time estimate in history.
It's fine.
It's also partly our fault.
There we go.
Oh man, I know. I'm like, I really like punctuality is very important to me, and my estimation was savagely wrong. Onslaught, you're the man, dude. So let me just get you sorted real quick.
Almost like, no, stay a bear, eat him first.
Yeah.
And then... I mean, what? No.
While he's setting that up, hey, can I promo real quick?
Yeah, please, promo, do it.
Today is Free RPG Day, so go on Twitter and search Free RPG Day and get a whole bunch of free stuff. Including,
You don't know how-
my game, CU Space Cowboy has a free player's guide you can download.
Dude,
Check
fuck
that out if
yes.
you want to do some Cowboy Bebop shooting and space bounty hunting stuff.
Absolutely fucking love that, dude. Yes.
I wish that was a bigger thing over here, like because it's quite big in obviously your side of the pond,
Right.
but over here most of the local gaming stores don't do it, and it's so annoying because there's so many good stuff. So to know that there's stuff like online as well is really cool. I'm gonna go and steal that in a minute.
Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Can you drop it in the chat real quick for us, Onslaught?
Yes, I can. Let me find it.
Thank you.
Okay, and we are shit. And then whenever you're done with that, tell us what these travelers see as Thaddeus, oh my, sort of shrieks and sort of pulls back from this cage.
Yeah. So you see the color of the bear fades into a sort of earth tone, tattered robe, and a human male face with he's balding on top, and he has white sort of Patrick Stewart, George Carlin hair,
Yes.
and a trimmed white beard.
Yes, let's fucking go.
Are you still like very wounded, or are you more or less intact?
I think I'm all right.
More or less intact. I mean, definitely looks.
Yeah, I got some scratches and some wounds, but like I'm not actively in danger anymore. I'm good.
In what is this man's name?
He says, thank God. Well, he wouldn't say thank God. He would be like, thank my leaky.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Yeah, my name is, Rufus.
What
You
the
find yourself in strange parts, Rufus. But well met.
I sure do.
Yes, pray tell, how did you end up in a cage in a moving tower?
Well, I am. What do you all know about druids?
Gonna look very pointedly at the walking pile of metal and mycelium. Some of us
I know.
more than others.
A little bit, admittedly.
So, I am a druid of the first circle. You know, Sylvanas, Myliki, Eldis, Shantae, Talos, all of them. I was out here in the Evermoors and trying to establish a new meeting place for my druid conclave. And I saw these two giant gargoyle type creatures flying through the sky, and they tried to attack me. I turned into a bear to try and get away, and well, they managed to pick me up and they dragged me here, and that's about all I got.
Well, thank God we arrived, because we are quite skilled in dispatching those stone demons. Cavalon, release him from his chains.
Very well. And I'm going to sort of walk round to the sort of where the door of the cage is and sort of have a bit of a look to see if there's an obvious latch or if it's going to take a bit more forcing or something like that.
Yeah, it's essentially this very wide sliding iron padlock There appears to be like a thicker chain that's sort of looped in between two of the doors. Like it does slightly move, but it does appear to be hardly locked.
That's going to be more of a problem.
In Druidic, he'll respond, "Patience, brother. It is good to meet one of the first circle."
Pleasure's all on this side of the cage.
So good. So Thaddeus is like, very well, Rufus. I'm Thaddeus, Lieutenant Knight and first sword of the Knights in Silver. He says, and like you see him like really casting these sidelong glances at the other full-plated Knight in Silver. Very well, stand back, Cavalon. This is clearly a moment for me and my prowess. On guard! You see him like pull back and just start hacking at this padlock. It's honestly sort of like watching someone. Oh my God! Wow, 18 and a natural 20. It's a little bit like watching someone. Like when the music comes on and they're about to begin some sort of choreography, but instead of an actual dance, it's like a mild seizure. Like that's sort of the effect as he's like drawing the sword out, you know, it's time. And then he's like, yeah! And he sort of just comes and slaps at the top of this. This continues.
Grace is not something they teach during sword.
Still your fucking tongue, Cavalon. Oh, help me, goddammit.
Hold your blade. Just a moment. What the bars? Do they root into stone?
Yes, they do.
He's gonna cast Mold Earth to just loosen whatever areas are bound to the iron, so they can just be pulled out of its roots.
And as he is like sweating, I mean, you can like hear the damage that it's doing to his longsword. I think there's a little bit of you in Cavalon that's like, ugh, nails on chalkboard. And as that happens, Cillin kind of extends their hands downward, and there's the briefest tremble as you see these divots appear in the stone beneath, before 2, then 3, then 4 of these bars pop loose, falling in the space provided. Oh, well, that's an option. And you see, as before you, Rufus, I mean, like, you know, stepping out of the way are both Cavalon and this sort of, you know, spore-covered Warforged, as several of the bars containing your prison fall.
Good, finally, get this out the way.
Welcome back to the world of the free.
You are under no obligation from us, but we intend to continue to see what this tower holds. I say tower loosely, as it seems to...
You think I'm gonna let 2 guys who come and take me and not have some sort of, you know, fisticuffs?
I'm afraid you're out of luck, as they are well and truly rubble, but their master
Well,
is
they
somewhere.
have a boss.
Exactly.
Everybody got a boss.
Well spoken. Oh man, I love just having 4 DMs on the stream. It's so great. It's like, you know, there's a fucking hierarchy to these bad guys, all right? We all know it. Oh my God, so true. And Rufus,
Oh, but Thaddeus.
Yeah. I am the leader here. But Rufus, you're absolutely correct. I mean, like, you sort of step outwards and you guys see that he's looking around. Like, he goes and inspects the cages and really sees nothing but like dust. He tries several of the doors. 2 of them are locked. The other 4 are open. He swings them open. Were there ever any other creatures in here while you were behind bars, Mr. Rufus?
There were some animals, and then they went away. I don't know if they were other druids or not, because, well, they were animals, and I was kind of preoccupied.
Understandable. Well, he looks at you, Cavalon. Far be it from me, only Knight of the Silver, to allow a denizen of the Western Vale to be imprisoned against his or her will. He looks like you deeply in the eyes, Cillin, and then you, Cavalon, and then you, Rufus, as well. I do not know if you will all have the stomach for what will happen atop this tower. In truth, I don't know what awaits us.
I'm pretty hungry, so...
Cavalon, see if you might fetch some rations from your bag. I'm in the middle of something. But I want you to know, and he sort of unsheathed this longsword that he'd struggled to sheathe. And you see, in like, Rufus, I think there's probably a part of you that's like, wow, this guy fucking kind of sucks. He's like completely sort of like, he's just like clearly can't listen. He's a very poor listener. He's like, yes, no, of course, feed him, or whatever the fuck he said. He holds up like his sword, you know, handle and hilt upward. In the name of Saloon, I vow to not rest until whatever evil lurks atop or within this tower is quelled. Now, as for the rest of you, I won't think any less of you if you turn back and head back to Rolfenwatch. But if you are to go forward, know that we may be risking our lives.
Okay.
Lead on then, and he'll sort of hand a bag of like rationed nuts and jerky to Rufus that he's sort of untied from somewhere behind him underneath his, I presume, cape that he probably has. And just sort of like,
Chocolate.
It's like the most high-end trail mix. It's like high fantasy gorp. You're like, oh wow, this is really a lot of calories in one pawful. You reach within, you scope it out. You see perhaps a moment of Thaddeus like expecting some pushback, perhaps enough quorum to justify him not going forward. Of course,
lead on.
Of course, as we all, it could be fraught with danger, even death. You saw what happened, of course, to brave Jaren.
Then
All
we
right.
are lucky, brother, that you are here to lead us, are we not?
No, you are. You are
Lead
most
on.
fortunate. I shall. Here I go. He looks at you each
Can I
one.
make a perception check and just see if he has any symptoms that he's not aware of.
Yes. No. Please do. I would say, to be honest, make a medicine check.
Okay, got it.
I didn't think that I might get the chance to decapitate him too.
It's a 13 plus 7, so 20.
Dirty twank. Great. So as you sort of step forward, you see that this sort of, there's that, well, I mean, he wouldn't call it fake bravado, but that's exactly what it is. And as you guys sort of easily step forward, willing to answer the bell, you see his eyes sort of quickly moving from side to side before he starts to turn. And as he turns, that turn kind of sweeps him past you, Cillin. And as he does, he's 3-4 feet away. You see a moment where the widened whites behind the irises of his neck, there's the briefest tracer, almost like whenever you step into the sunlight and close your eyes. You can see blood vessels moving within the workings of your eyelids. There's just the briefest movement and flash across his left pupil of a dark ember, almost like a thread or weaving within the actual eye. As soon as it's there, it's gone.
He'll start in Druidic to Rufus and speak in a way like he'll use mannerisms that seems like we're just conversing casually, but his words don't match those mannerisms.
Gotcha.
That one is infected. There was some kind of dark, particular disease or infestation that felled one of our crew beforehand. He's buried not far from here. This one foolishly tasted the viscous effluvia that came from him and is now infected as well. But then we'll just kind of warn Rufus about that and try to figure out a way to tell.
Sure. In just because of what's going on, give me a deception check at advantage.
Sure.
See how well you sort of execute this casual air.
I'm so good at those kind of checks.
While he's doing that, would I know what languages Thaddeus speaks?
Yes, I think you do. Or I think you would know certainly that he speaks Elvish. Obviously, he speaks Common as well. You know what? Just we'll let the decisive DC 12. Give me a history check to see if you know his third language spoken.
That was 14 minus 2, by the way, for a 12.
Okay, copy.
Deception.
and I have a +0 to history, but I did roll a 12, so...
Okay, got it. You're not exactly... You're like, damn, was it gnomish? Was it dwarvish? You're pretty sure it was like a smaller, like surface level creature. You remember thinking that it was kind of odd because of the demographic breakdown of Silvery Moon.
Cool. So it's definitely not Sylvan.
Definitely not Sylvan, for sure.
Wonderful. That's fine.
And Nenners, Cillin, as you sort of, are passing this on, you do sort of notice and more feel the frustration from Thaddeus as he turns back, before he very ostentatiously and sort of heavy-handedly begins in Elvish, only to Cavalon. Well, two can play at that game, passing notes and tossing tiddlies behind other people's backs. It's rude, but I don't want to exemplify what I hate, so I'll... And he switches to common. He's like, well, if these secrets are being told, spread, then shall we on?
I speak Elvish as well.
Yes, I know you do. He doesn't know that. He has no idea. But yes, you hear every word that he speaks. And I'm not sure what languages you speak, Rufus, but if it's Elvish, which I presume is somewhat likely, you also pick up on this heavy-handed attempt.
And at which point, sort of, in Elvish, Cavalon will turn to Cillin and be like, I am sorry. We respect your traditions. And like making it obvious that, one, you understand me, and two, as the Knights of Silver, we do respect the Druidic tradition, regardless of what he says.
And it's very funny.
You get a knowing nod in response.
Like, I really do love the Knights of Silver and the Spellguard. I don't know why I'm like just bearing this guy so much. It's just who he is, okay? So you guys start
There's
making
always one bad apple.
Yes, exactly. There has to be, and typically they're put in positions of power. So you guys sort of make your way out, and you see as Thaddeus begins to lead you, and because of sort of intents and purposes of what's sort of happening here, give me a group first perception check and then investigation.
So how do you want us to do it as a group? Do you want
Just
one of us to roll?
No,
or just...
I'm sorry. So all three of you. Please
all three
give
of
me,
us. Okay,
three
cool.
perceptions and then 3 investigations. Thank you.
That was 9 plus 7, 16 for my
18
perception.
and 6.
18 and 6, cool.
So my perception was a natural 1. My investigation was a natural 20. For a total of 23.
You just like see something that kind of interests you and you really just ADD in on it. And what was your investigation, Cillin?
15. 14 plus
okay,
1.
Great. Steady as she goes. Very cool. Okay, great. So you guys see as Rufus, like he moves, with a fluidity that really challenges the age that you see on his body and face. Moves largely silently. As he's going up the steps, Thaddeus insists on leading. Like anytime people come up, he's like, no, it's too dangerous. He sort of stays at the very front, and he's moving very slowly, sword drawn. Keeps checking back to make sure people are watching, and you guys see as you guys make your way to the second floor, and the door is opened, and you see within it 5 much larger chambers. And with those investigation rolls, I'm going to treat the second and third roll floors together. As you guys sort of move through them, you hear occasionally sound, almost like the noise of furniture being moved, or in some cases what appears like too heavy stones or bags being set down. You find really nothing on the third floor. There's nothing in the actual cages themselves. But whenever you make it to the fourth, again with Thaddeus slowly inching counterclockwise up this tower and opening these doors, you find that this fireplace has been lit. You feel the warmth before you see the fire. And you see within one of the... I'll go ahead and just put it right schmear. Where is it? You see within one of these westernmost cages 2 extremely small eyeballs. And they jump out at you because there is dust, there is sort of an emptiness to the floor and space. A lot of these lower levels appear I wouldn't say abandoned, but like almost completely unlived in. This is the first sign of really anything of significance other than Rufus as a bear. But as you guys sort of enter this space right about here, you see these eyeballs. You obviously can do whatever you want. The tower also does continue up for at least another 3 or 4 levels.
Just to be clear, these are like eyeballs attached to a creature, not disembodied full eyeballs.
They
just
look
floating in
almost
the dark.
like they almost look like the stalks of a lily, of like a water lily, like very long and twisting and tubular, that then sort of end in this loose attachment of what looks like membrane and a very large eye. I mean, you know, the diameter of it is, you know, probably 5-6 inches.
We are being watched.
I have no idea what that is.
You see Thaddeus like sort of like, he's sort of like in the very front, like just at the edge where this room spills out. He'd be like, stop, there's 2 eyeballs. Stand back. And you kind of step up. He's like, Cavalon, stand back. All right. Rufus, I want you to know that if anything happens to me, Cavalon is in charge. He kind of...
The temptation to stab him in the back rises. Like, really?
It can be arranged.
Yeah.
No.
You guys are all sort of, you know, in this space. And Cavalon sort of leans forward. I believe that we are being watched. I don't know by whom or exactly why, but I do believe that I know how. These eyeballs. See how they follow, and he sort of like moves north, and the eyeballs do like shift. You see in some spaces like the actual stem of it like catching on the stone and propping itself up to go up about 3-4 inches. You speak for the master of this place. I am Thaddeus, and be warned that I am first sword. And as he begins his like 4-minute enunciation of titles, you guys see 2 streams of white energy erupt. Jesus Christ. Both of them hit Thaddeus. You see these 2 rays of frost essentially crash into his body. Oh Lord! Dude, I rolled 2 8s. Okay. You see him. He sort of gets brushed back as this frost hits him. Retreat! Fall back out of my way! And he like swiftly like bypasses both of you guys as he's trying to make his way and put himself between these eyeballs. They attacked me. Did you see that? They fucking attacked me. Oh, Lord.
Yes. That's...
I didn't see any of you spring into action. No one seemed to care or react.
You had it.
Well, you're right, Rufus. I did have it. But it still would bolster my spirits to see some of my fellows react. Nevertheless,
Thaddeus, look out!
Yeah, I was fucking late. You were late, Cavalon. Your reactions were poor. He looks at these eyeballs. He's like, well, I thought they were just watching, but that's fucking awful. You see him sort of like pulling himself up. He's also gonna lay hands on himself and give himself 10 points of healing. All right. Well, let's not dally around this place any longer than we have to. The fire worries me, as does the fact that this cage was somewhat full, but it doesn't seem like there's
Whoever
much...
lives here knows we are coming now.
I'm afraid you might be right. Well, before I bravely lead us to the 4th floor, is there anything that... Well, I don't know, we should talk about? How do we feel? I won't think any less of you if one of you, or all of you, wants to turn back.
Nah, I'm good.
Press on.
Of course, yes.
I too am ready.
I, 4th, am also ready. There's another sort of long look at each of you. Of course.
Then lead on.
I'm in the process, Cavalon. He sort of turns.
If he dies, you become the guy in charge.
Apparently so. Just sort of...
That's good to know. That's
Oh my gosh, this guy's just like me IRL. I could eat, but I mean I could, but So you guys head up now to the 4th floor, and it is, or excuse me, this would lead us to the 5th floor. So sorry, as we go through the 4th. Let's fucking go. Sweet. So as you guys make your way through, you reach this door and again find it unlocked.
Somewhat concerning that these doors appear to be really accessible.
Quite accessible.
That does say a lot about Rufus, though, because he was the only one or thing that's been locked in this whole tower since.
True.
I would also lock myself up.
So you see Thaddeus. He's joined by Rufus. And as you guys sort of step forward, give me another perception check, because you guys are sort of you're clear that you're like more than halfway up this tower. Again, in this circular staircase, you can see very much to the top of it. This door does open, and you see it extends to an area where there's essentially like a lot of bedding. Like there's a lot of kind of filth and quite a bit of rags left out. What appears to be 2 very heavy wooden chests. But yes, in general, are we walking forward here? Or are we heading up?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. We are pushing
My perception
forward.
was a 23.
Okay,
Mine
great.
was
So-
3. Mine was
Mine
that,
was-
but minus 20.
Yours was a 3. Bless.
Roll a 17 plus 7 for a 24.
Oh my god, let's go. Okay, so the first thing you guys notice is that this barrel is in fact a trap. You guys see that there is essentially more or less a pressure plate, like right before where you're stepping. It does essentially appear to be a mechanical trap.
Does Thaddeus notice this?
That's the key question right there.
Just roll the natural one.
Okay, so to the other two, there
Right
is
ahead,
a slight hesitation in Cavalon before he grabs Thaddeus and pulls him. Like there was a, should I? No, I can't. And sort of
Yeah.
pulls him and stops him from walking on that point. And he's like, first blade, and he points out the mechanical trap. Like clearly, we should watch where we step.
Oh. Well, and he looks down and he sort of sees it. That was very well spotted. I was consumed with looking for threats and danger. Well spotted, Cavalon.
It is why we work as a team.
It is. Thank you. You see him like spooked, you know.
The 2 druids definitely saw a moment of, okay, like, do I let him? No, I shouldn't. Kind of.
Totally. And like I think because of just sort of the awareness of it, it really would be easy enough. You see him now kind of step forward, and you see what would have been 4d8 piercing damage, totaling.
Yikes.
Man, I rolled pretty damn good on that. Equaling 19 points of piercing damage. Shatter and spike into the southern wall here. You guys step forward, and you do immediately see these 2 wooden chests. You also see that it's a heavy lived-in quarters. There's dust and bits of stone everywhere. There also appears to be at least 2, maybe 3 skeletons. You see the remnants of some rotted leather armor. But if you'd like, all 3 of you can make an investigation check.
Before I start investigating the skeletons wise, Cavalon will kind of hand to chest and mutter a prayer to Cillin for fallen people. And then gets a crap investigation check of 9. Too
Mine's
busy
more crap.
making prayer.
That was 5.
5. What'd you get, Rufus?
18.
18. Fuck yeah.
Somebody doesn't care about the dead, so it's more interested in what's
Yeah.
around. That's good.
And Thaddeus just rolled a natural 20, so I guess he's sort of on board with
He
that.
just doesn't even notice the skeletons. She's like, what's going
He's
on
like,
here?
holy shit,
Ooh,
there's 2
free gear."
chests. You see him. You see him step to the end of this, and again, morely because part of this is just getting my druthers because my party's never going to make it to this tower. But as you guys sort of step forward, specifically Rufus and Thaddeus, I moved yours, Cavalon, but as he steps forward, there is the creaking as the sort of long rusted joints and hinges fly backwards. My God.
We let him go near something else after he completely ignored the last trap.
Yeah. And dude, and nothing immediately happens to him.
Thank God for that.
The Rufus, you also see this chest, but you also see that kind of amidst what is clearly two separate bodies, there is a backpack that's stuffed with kind of various supplies, rations, rope. It essentially is like sort of a loaded up adventurer's pack, pittance. There's actually a set of manacles in there for what it's worth. But you see in that chest is 6,000 silver pieces. And on top of it is a dragon ivory statuette. The ivory itself is like well carved and intricate, the wings of this dragon tucked close, intricate detail to the snout and teeth. But you see, inset in the eyes, are these jet black opals, each of them seeming to be worth like a pretty significant amount of gold.
Can we tell the type of dragon it's made after?
Give me
Is it a metallic or
give me a nature check.
chromatic? Sure. I keep looking in the wrong place to roll. That is an 18 plus nature is 4, 22.
Okay, great. This is definitely an ancient white dragon. Like the way the actual face and sort of the flaring of the scales, very specific to white dragons. But you also just see like the length of it. I mean, there's like very specific intonation. The detail in the face is exquisite. But the trappings of age, of extremely sort of worn scale work along the face.
As beautiful as that statue is, it is made in the image of an evil worm.
You see Thaddeus kind of hear this. Well, I say we leave it all where it lies. We'll come back and take this after our task is done. He does, however, pull out from this wooden thing what appears to be a dagger. This like very fine, thin silver handle, and you see the entire blade of it, almost like there's trails of vapor. It looks extremely cold to the touch.
Let him have it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, he's going to get cursed again, let him get cursed again, kind of thing.
And you do see he really does, I think all of you guys would see, like, his neck, he looks very sallow and, like, doesn't look great. But I assume you guys... Yeah, please.
We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Carry on without me.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
In a moment.
You got it. So you guys, I assume, are kind of heading upwards.
Yes.
So upwards you go. And as you reach the 6th floor, I'd like you to please give me another perception check.
Sure thing.
6.
6? I love you, Rufus. Let's get it.
I'll roll for Zach since he's 17.
Sweet.
That was a 17 plus, you said perception?
Yeah.
7, 24.
Wow, okay, great. So you can feel, and it's like, it's now like you're paying really close attention to it, Cillin. But as you now go from kind of the stairwell, the eastern side of this tower structure, you notice, especially as you get higher, that those feelings of like movement, of like heavy things being dropped, are now more of like a constant buzzing, almost like a humming. And it's very, very clear to you that it increases whenever you head to the west side of these tower structures. And as you go upward, floor by floor, the intensity of both the vibration and the noise increases.
There's some kind of industry or general ruckus going on the west side of the tower. It gets louder the higher we go. I can't equate the sound to anything that I've experienced, but just to be made
I don't
aware.
think it's anything natural.
Well, should we... I don't, I think we should investigate everywhere. Just see what's what, if what's what can be, whatted.
We'll go ahead and do that.
I will. Everyone seems in a great rush. You don't have to tell me. I would have done it. And you see him like rear back to kick the door, and then remember that many of them have been pulled. And he stops himself. He pulls it. It opens, unlocked. And you guys step forward, and you see stacked everywhere bottles of wine, provisions, sacks of grain, mostly dry goods, but even some very nice like cured meats, some very well rubbed and salted sides of beef, and slumped, barely conscious, starting to sort of react as you sort of move, is an old dwarven man. Hello there. Oh, God, you're not gargoyles. What the fuck are you? Are you real? You see, like, on his knees, he comes up to the bars. Help me, please. What the fuck are you? He looks, he sees this older human man and this sort of Warforged Druid and these two knights in silver who we recognize. You do be knights in silver, I beg you, free me. Let me out of this accursed place. Please. I beg of you. Help. Help me.
I'm gonna make an insight check.
Sure.
If you don't mind. That's an 18 plus 4, so 22.
Cool. So, there is concern, right? You're like, who the fuck is this guy? What does he want? As you sort of take a moment, not really responding, but studying the cadence with which he speaks, the type of reactions, is there any darting of the eyes, any quickening of the breath? You see very little beyond the naked and rough-hewn held bosom of emotion. This man seems on frayed nerves. He seems, quite malnourished, exceedingly dehydrated. You see his lips cracked. He seems to be telling
seeing that. Okay. He'll cast good berries and make 10 good berries and prepare to give that to him, but he won't interfere with what anyone's going to do right now.
Give me one of those.
Yeah.
He's down to 9.
Yeah. These like apple-sized berries. And as it took me a long time to figure out, it does take a single action to eat one. So he takes about a minute as he's just like slowly, the juice like coming down between this very sort of wispy beard of his. You see he's also kind of has this like sort of, bit of a thinning hair, but like that long kind of unwashed hair that strings about his shoulders and sort of knots behind his neck and his back. I appreciate that.
What race does this guy appear to be?
Oh, he's a dwarf. Yeah.
Dwarf.
Dwarf, appears to be wearing like the under kind of padded lower armor that typically is worn beneath either like heavier plate or ringmail. Wide shoulders. Appears like savagely dehydrated and malnourished. In the sense that he's not like, he's just more struggling. Like it's a tough energy sequence for him.
Mm-hmm.
He just turns to Cavalon. What do you think?
I beg of you, please. Help me.
So far, everyone we have found has been here against their will, and this gentleman appears no different. We could send him to Badrick. There is food and water with the horses, more than we need now.
The magic of the good berry should sustain him, but if you want to release him, let's do that.
Good fellow, why are you here?
You see him sort of like kind of pull back, and there's this sense of like extreme reticence coupled with that like raw, almost unmaskable brokenness that once passed on in a humanoid is hard to recover from. Look, I done things that I wish I hadn't done, alright? I wish I could take back and that hadn't happened. Please, I'm sorry for what I've done. I'm a good man. I never thought none of us would be caught up in a situation. I was part of a group of miners. We were delving beneath Silvery Moon and beneath the Rovine Mountains, and we came across a cavern. More broke into it, rather. It was big, huge. And I'll be damned if within it wasn't a towering stone tower. Doors open, awash in yellow light, and
It's one of the last things I remember was stepping up. A flash of green. And I woke up here. But in between, man. And I'm a man of faith, alright? A man of some strength and reserve, but I'm telling you, what I saw is true. There's a fucking demon. His fucking horns. He had 2 gold hoops caught beneath either nostril, and 2 each behind each of his eyebrows, hanging above these empty socketed eyes. He looked like a demon lord himself. I'd never seen evil like that. It stared at me. It burned me, the cold and the heat at the same time. And when I came to, I've been here. Don't know how long. Too long. I should be dead by now, but somehow day after day, the morning seems to find me.
How many mornings?
You see him like shake his head. There's this fucking intensity to it, man. Like you've seen it in soldiers that are shell-shocked, or there's certainly prisoners of war, those that have like reached that point where usually like men of intense reserve that are, you know, honestly extremely apt to in any way concede or cave, but once do, find it difficult to return from.
In Elvish, while keeping an eye on the guy to see if there's any sort of flicker of recognition as I switch languages, I will say, Cillin, please relay this to our other friend if he does not understand this tongue, but I am wary of his mention of the Drickery demon. I suggest we come back for him, having given him sustenance.
He'll relay it in Druidic. He'll check Rufus's face, just because Rufus seems to be a little rascally.
What you guys talking about?
Yeah, he'll switch to Druidic and say,
I love Rufus so much.
we're planning on leaving this one until we come back. He is unstable, and the demon that he mentioned is known for trickery.
And Thaddeus also speaks Elvish, right? So he sort of catches some of this, and in Elvish. Well, the poor fellow does seem like he's been harrowed, but I don't know how much good it will do us to free a man who's only going to soil himself at the nearest threat of danger.
You are correct, one is enough. And he'll switch, as he says that, he'll switch back into common and say to the gentleman, worry not, friend. We will come back for you and
please
carry you out of this tower.
No. There's an evil that lurks here, please. I beg of you.
And we will deal with it.
If you have ventured here, then you're already deep beneath the city, alright? Deeper perhaps even than the wards of Silvery Moon. Who knows what
this tower moves, friend. We are far beyond the borders of Silvery Moon now. And with that, he's going to kind of turn and say to the others, we should press on.
No, please. And you see like Thaddeus like, yes, we should press on. We should press on. And as he does, like you guys sort of turn, like having made up your mind and honestly probably feeling secure in it. But goddamn, there is a near inhuman, a desperate wail that erupts from this man, Celia. Please, I'm fucking begging you, please. And as you do, like he steps away, and as you guys are sort of like doing what the fuck needs to be done and stepping out of this area that I hadn't really described, but it's like just a ton of food and dried goods, etc. And as you step out of it, you hear this brief and you guys still have passed without trace up, and for that reason, like the sort of passive stealth of this group has been around 15. But you feel a brief moment and hear a heavier footfall out of Thaddeus. Oh, excuse me, I didn't quite feel myself. I'm quite dehydrated. And, damn, I left that canteen with Badrick. Does anyone have a sip of water? I'm quite parched.
Silas offers him
Thank you.
a good berry.
Oh. Not a good berry, good man. I need something to drink to wet my whistle. I'm quite parched. Can you can you create water?
Trust me. Just give it a
Fresh
try.
out.
He looks like a long look at Rufus. and crunches into one of these good berries. Oh, yes. Quite a Baja Blast experience. This is good. He sort of like finishes the rest of it. You see it like having a tangible effect on this. Right. Well, how are we feeling? Quick temperature check. Onward?
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling hale. In full command of his party. But of course, if one or more of you is feeling that we've had enough of this, I'm sure
No,
bad.
let's go.
Right, of course. And you see like the swallow and like him finish the rest of the good berry and really take on the vibe of someone that's capable. And you guys step upward.
I want to let sort of Thaddeus is obviously pushing to lead as he always does.
Mm-hmm.
I want to let Rufus walk forward a little bit, so I can kind of more surreptitiously say to Cillin, how long do you think he has?
Progressing quickly. I don't know. Can I make a medicine check to maybe
100%.
ascertain? Thank you.
Please do.
You guys find this dude.
That's a 7 plus, I think medicine was hopefully 7.
I think it's 7.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's 7. 14.
Cool.
Yeah.
Seems significantly less along than you had seen Jaren at. Now, Jaren also had ridden with you guys for a couple hours and looked pretty bad when you saw him. Like, I would say, just for comparison, it was pretty clear to Cavalon that something was off. I mean, as you guys were waiting beneath this duskwood tree, like, there's a little bit of like, is he good? Like, he's coughing a lot. Like, maybe cover your fucking mouth, dude. And at this point, you see that Thaddeus is extremely sallow. He does appear to be perpetually dehydrated. And there's a little bit of, occasionally will miss a step. And you see him, like, in a way he hasn't, like, actually sort of using the side. He's looking back a little bit. Seems to be laboring, certainly. In terms of time frame, it's hard to say, but with how quickly Jaren deteriorated and in the shadow of a 14, you feel like he's heading towards a bad place.
Few hours at best, would be my guess.
Then we best be done with this quickly.
Question for the DM there. I'm
Sure.
sorry. Is it common knowledge that paladins are immune to disease, or is that usually within those?
Yeah, I think there's definitely like sort of a far-reaching awareness of certain things. Like some of it moves a little bit towards almost like old wives' tales. Like some of the stuff you've heard about paladins, like no fucking way that's true. But you did see, Cavalon actually come forward and lay hands in a significant way on Jaren, and you also saw Thaddeus take a moment and breathe and almost like regain this divinity. It's very clear that these individuals, be it through their relationship with Saloon, be it through their martial training, have some like impermeability, some manipulation over physical health.
He'll respond. You're kind of usually quite hardy in regards to things of this nature.
Indeed. And that's what gives me some concern. Though others of us are better at it than some, kind of like indicating Thaddeus just as being just a generally shit paladin. But with Jaren as well, we may see a faster progression this time. Kind of.
Yeah.
We best be done with this quickly. Because if it's something that can affect us, yes, you are correct. We are usually rather better off than normal people. But yes, as for where we found him, dear Rufus, it was more that we were lumped with him, unfortunately. Or I was given the punishment detail. And sort of at that point, I will press on, sort of following Thaddeus up the stairs.
God, right. And he sort of presses up, and he had reached this. I think, a lot of this conversation was happening kind of on the walk up, and it is, you're going about 30, 40 feet in between. You guys reach this door, and Thaddeus
I'm going
sort of
slowly and carefully to try and not set anything off, so yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, give me another stealth check, and add 10 to it as Pass Without Trace is still up. Ooh.
That's a 24 total.
I have Pass Without Trace because I wasn't there.
It emanates in a 30-foot range from him.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right, then 16.
16, cool.
And that was with 24, and that was with disadvantage. So
Oh, great.
That was 15 plus 3 plus 10, so 28.
Okay, cool. So 28, great. So everyone but you, like, there's sort of a moving, and there's a moment where things are moving silently, except in front of you, Rufus, Thaddeus, like, slows. You hear him almost like wheezing for a brief moment, and you kind of have to stop short, and as you set your foot back down, not wanting to step into him, you're further back on the step than you realize. You slightly slip.
Uh-oh.
Bit of a sound, no need for a dex save. You catch yourself. But a bit of a heavy footfall. You guys reach the outside of this door, and for the first time in quite some time, some of you might not have even noticed it until it stops. But there's been almost a humming, that particularly on the floorboards, whenever you grab the doors, sometimes whenever you're opening the chest, if it was in close enough contact to the wall, you could feel that sort of extended vibration. It now stops. The door is locked.
Interesting.
And you guys are essentially here. I'll just
Is it
use...
made out of wood?
It is made out of iron.
All right, well, that's my...
Rufus is out.
I love that so much.
It's made out of iron and it's locked. I don't have lock picks. I'm going to ask the same question if you don't mind. Is it anchored into any kind of stone that I can manipulate?
The door itself is set into the stone kind of the floor, certainly. It goes up and is then met by sort of wood, like at the very top of it, that splits the area between the where the door ends and the ceiling extends up about another 10-15 feet. So I'd say stone beneath and a little bit above that is wood.
Is it feasible to clear enough of the stone below to kind of like doggy tunnel under a fence kind of situation?
You absolutely could try. The sequencing would probably necessitate a successful either wisdom or intelligence check. I think wisdom because of your spellcasting modifier. The other aspect of that, Cillin, is that you feel pretty confident in the same way that like releasing the bars, you feel pretty confident it would be a pretty noisy endeavor if these doors were sort of disrupted and let go in that sense. Just for reference.
Understood. I've got a loud way in, perhaps, but someone has a more delicate approach. That might be best.
when you say loud, what do you mean? Do you give details?
Moving and crunching and breaking of stone, specifically underneath the door.
Cool. Can I roll an insight check?
Sure.
Let's roll. Let's let the dice do this properly.
Yeah, and this is for your interpretation of what the noise level would be with this spell?
More for the sort of understanding of how the spell works and
Cool.
what he's going to try and do.
Yeah, go for it.
14 plus 4 for an 18.
Okay, great, yeah. I mean, you've seen clearly this individual is capable of some things, you know. You saw it with the bars. I think here it's one of those things where it's like, well, I mean, the dude hasn't missed, you know.
In which case then I'm going to say, could we target that at joints or the lock itself so that there's not so much noise and we can almost tilt and catch the door?
It has to be in stone or earth, so it would have to be where the joints are anchored specifically. But we would still have to deal with the, I imagine, top latch or whatever that is locked into. I mean, if you're strong enough, which would be an absurd amount of strength, right, to like pick it up from the bottom and just hold it and pull it back.
And it's so flush. Like, I mean, I think as you guys are sort of like, damn, how could we do this? The like one way that it could potentially work would be some version of, you know, if you guys go and successfully have a wisdom check to sort of carve out the bottom, and then it would necessitate essentially a strength saving throw to catch this thing before it falls.
Question.
Yeah.
How close to the sort of upper floor are we? If I sort of, in this stairwell, if I look up, how many floors does it look like there's left?
Looks like there's just one more floor
Above.
up. And as you guys are going, there are, windows on the north and south side of each side of this tower. So there's light coming in. And as you see out, you're now, oh man, we're 150 feet up.
We're close to the top.
He is in no position to help us, kind of indicating the wheezing Thaddeus, like, strength-wise.
Nonsense. I've never felt better.
Yeah, I have -1.
I should have eaten more, that's all I can say. I skipped breakfast. It was a mistake.
I'm not the strongest, although I can be fairly athletic.
Well, here,
My skills are...
I've always been stronger than you, Cavalon. Step aside.
You see he, tries to move you and, can't really. And then he sort of, and I won't sort of necessitate a contested roll. You can tell that Thaddeus, something's off.
Yeah.
I can make someone larger, but that would drop our stealth. The other option is I can turn somebody into a cloud and get you on the other side, hopefully being able to unlock it from that end. However, if there's anything malicious, you're by yourself. Granted, as a cloud.
Just so you guys have the full picture, the cage that had Rufus, of which you've seen other cages similar on some of the floors, had an enormous iron wrought padlock, right, that slid across these chains that were connected between the some of the bars and the swinging door. This metal door is also double-sided, pretty similar to the other ones you've gone through and the one at the base of the tower, except there is essentially a keyhole. There's clearly a padlock that is into the door. So for what that's worth.
That might be the quiet option and just put somebody at extreme risk.
Subtle look at Thaddeus, and then no.
Yeah. No.
I can do it if you guys are unwilling.
Thaddeus, do you have any lockpicks in your pack at all?
Myself, what the fuck kind of question is that? You know that I'm not one for underhanded subterfuge. If a door needs opening, I simply rap upon it, or I strike it with my sword.
And he goes, damn it. Damn it. He gets the sword out.
See, shall I strike
I really wish I'd taken
No, please.
prestidigitation or thermatology now, just to basically stick his sword in his sheath so he could never get it out again. But I didn't, so that's really annoying. If we try and look through the keyhole, is it one of these kind of keyholes that you can see all the way through?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you being smart. We're out here trying to destroy the store. It's why don't you just look into it?
Well, I am supposed to be the smart knight, aren't I? I mean, that's probably going to be the best option at this point. I think it's just a perception check to see if I can see anything through the keyhole before we try and do anything. If there is any danger that side, or anything like that.
Sure. So give me a perception check at disadvantage.
That's going to be crap then. With disadvantage, that is an 11.
11, okay. So you peer in. It's a very sort of narrow, extending cone of visibility, right? And as you sort of do that weird kind of grade school move of pivoting around to get as much range, right? You're okay, cool. Oh, something's in my eye, but I gotta blink it out. You go through it and you see that you see the corner of a bed. You see what appears to be a sort of reclining ottoman and chaise lounge. As you're sort of looking, you see a brief kind of break in what appears to be emberous ash, sort of that sparking ember from what is typical of fireplaces, of roaring fires. But from what you can see is the corner of a bed, a chair, a chaise lounge and ottoman, and the occasional wisping across of smoke and bits of drifting ember.
I'll describe what I see to the group, and sort of it seems more comfort than practical for the first time. And the fire is dampened. I don't know if anyone's actively in there, or perhaps we should press on and see if the next floor holds any more secrets, maybe even a key, and come back before we spend time breaking into what looks like a bedroom. Kind of.
Sounds good. I'm okay with that. How's Thaddeus doing?
You look over at Thaddeus, and he pulls his gauntlet back, and it's slicked with this viscous black fluid. I think that goodberry was rotten. There's something very odd and off. Mind yourself, Druid. I won't be poisoned. Damn.
I don't even know where to begin to start.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my divine sense to detect good and evil, which will tell me if he's affected by the Hallow spell or if he's affected by any celestial, fiend, or undead.
Cool. So he is, and it's odd because, like, Thaddeus is one of those guys that's, like, kind of always been another department. You almost, like, hear stories about him. You've come across him, definite knob. But you spent 5 hours with him today, and now it's like, oh, man, like, this guy is just achingly annoying.
There's a reason I have been sent on this mission,
Yeah.
and I will be having words with my superior
Yeah,
officer.
yeah.
Who's, what did I do to you? Kind of thing.
Yeah, Methramar, I'm sure we'll have a cup of ale with you about that. But as you sort of extend and open up, really like your divine nature. I mean, something that like pulses in rhythm with your very heartbeat, Cavalon. You feel that twisting sourness, almost like the reverberations on the top of a pond from something lurking or moving deep within, as there is this echo, this lingering shadow and touch of fiend.
Fiend. Okay, cool. He'll look to the two druid friends and maybe you should rest here, brother.
Nonsense. I feel... If I hadn't eaten that berry had soured, there's something terribly wrong. No. The first sword goes first.
You see him like attempt to rise, and he is just rolling so fucking well on these con saves, guys. I mean, truly, I'm like, okay, I'm trying to further the story, Thaddeus. He pulls out. You see him like, weakly pull out his longsword and rest it point down. Very, very, uncommon and ill-advised to like grind a point onto stone. He seems to appear to need to do so. I will,
Brother, even the best sword will rust if not well cared for. First or no?
You won't think less of me if I just gather myself.
Not at all.
I don't think I could possibly think less of you.
Good. That's good. That means it's not even an option for you. Is how I'm choosing to. Very well. You see him now do this, and God damn, he's like, just. You see him like, you're looking for blood, and he coughs and sort of moves it to the other side of him, and brings his gauntlet black clean. I'll rest. Just in a moment, I'll come upward and I'll see. If anything goes on, anything befitting the first sword, then well, please cry out, because I'm duty bound. Okay, please go on. I don't want you to see whatever's potentially about to happen here. You see him like now.
Don't have to tell me twice.
He like slides, his back is now resting against this door. You see him, well, it's quite warm. Which you had felt as well when you sort of peered at it, Cavalon. But he rests. His sword now out, sort of weakly held, resting mostly on the stone, but half in an open palm. Again, the humming picks back up again.
Whatever is infecting him can either interface with this tower or is tied to it in some way. I don't think it was a coincidence that one of your men was infected before they got here now.
The humming has started again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. That's really metagamey. Let me roll an insight. To
Yeah,
see if
roll
Cavalon
an
would
insight. Roll an
notice.
insight.
Natural 20.
Let's go,
Yes!
dude. Instincts. Let's get it.
Okay,
rocks.
as the humming starts again, Cavalon is going to reach up and just try and turn the handle and see if the door opens. Because all the doors were unlocked while it was humming.
Yeah.
And yet when it stopped, the door was locked. So I'm just going to see if the door opens now that the humming has started again.
I absolutely fucking love that. You reach up, and this one does have, like, you're familiar with this type of, like, it's 2 iron rings that, like, are meant to be twisted and pulled. And you pull them, and as you start to twist, it catches. It's still locked.
Okay, good. So it's not reacting specifically to him. It is, this one just happens to be locked. So it's kind of like, okay. And he'll sort of put his hand on Thaddeus' shoulder and in Celestial say, "Fight on, brother," before turning and sort of heading up the stairs to join the other two.
He puts a hand onto yours, Cavalon. So, well, be right up. Don't, you feel his palm, these gauntlets having been pulled off. Icy cold.
I want to give him the same choice I gave Jarvan, but he'll never take it.
Yeah, he won't.
So it's just like, I'm gonna have to kill you, and you come. So that's fine. And sort of get up and walk away and mutter a prayer to Saloon as he does so, sort of under his breath of, "Watch over our brother," as if he's already fallen, kind of thing.
Yes. Totally. So, as you guys step forward, and as your footfalls are leading you upward, up the steps of this tower, you feel the vibrations grow as you draw close. Again, a double-wrought iron door awaits you, and you look down, and there's no handrail at all. Just a casual 150-foot drop. Everything all right up there? I'm feeling a second wind coming. It's coming. You can see, like, just the corner as you hear metal hit stone.
Oh, I don't want him to fall over the things. That's a really bad idea. Shouldn't have left him on his own. I will say to the others, we should do this sooner rather than later, or I fear any company we may have may not be friendly.
Agreed.
Well, as long as this door isn't locked, I think we'll be in good shape.
Really is. Like doors, man. I knew this would be a problem. Thankfully for you guys, we're walking up to this door.
Yes.
Cool. So you guys walk up to the door. Thaddeus is not there. Get the fuck out, Thaddeus. Okay, so as you guys step...
This is why you always bring a rogue.
Yeah, I know, right? Not many knights in silver that are capable of that, but get a Spellguard member with knock. You reach up, and I think you sort of put it upon yourself, Cavalon. You reach forward and twist one of the rings. And you hear... The door sort of slides back, and you can see half of this space revealed. And looking down 10, 20, 30, 40, about the 70, 80 feet, you see in the middle an enormous stone tower. Oh, my sweet boy. My puppy just got here and he's trying to go under the green screen, and he did. Bless you.
Yay.
Bless this sweet little pupper. Oh! Sorry, pup, we're on the top floor of the tower. So as you guys step forward, you can see this, and those standing beneath can see it easily. I love that he goes underneath. That's so absurd. Oh, wait, fuck, not that. You see this. God damn it. Thanks.
Anticipation.
Yeah, I know. Whoop. Hold up. Cool. But you also see, where the this nearly 15-foot table, upon which, bound in heavy wrought iron at the wrists and legs, is some enormous creature. You see beyond that. Bound. Yes, it is. Yeah. And like in iron chains. You can see a fire burning in the westernmost edge of this. It's a larger hearth than you've seen anywhere. And I think you can tell just from like the size of the doors and looking in that instead of going up 15, 20 feet, the actual ceiling here vaults up about 40, 50. That's all you can see from your vantage point. You hear... Does anybody speak Abyssal?
I do.
Okay. So you hear... Like the sound. I'm so glad you do. You hear essentially the sounds of what sounds almost like bone on bone, and you hear this creature speaking.
Telkoun, you monster, free me, and I will give you what is asked for.
And you hear this different voice. Why would I give what I already have access to?
You will serve me as you long served the shadow, Morcanis.
And there's this sort of strange lilting laughter. You guys can all hear the Abyssal as you guys are standing there with this Pass Without Trace spell up, but the laughter pierces. Before again, the only sound that fills the chamber is this sort of humming buzz and the occasional groaning of this enormous bound creature.
Quietly, I'm going to describe what I can see. I'm assuming the others. Can the others see like through this door as well, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think they can see by. I think everything that is revealed on the owlbear, you guys all have access to.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So in which case, I will quietly mutter a translation.
Sure.
Sort of, just quiet enough that they will be able to hear, and my voice won't carry. And I'll end it with, "This is not good."
Both demons are in there?
Or
one demon in Telkoun.
Telkoun appears to be subjugating. Morcarond, was that the name?
Morcanis, yeah.
Morcanis, sorry, that's my terrible handwriting. I wrote it down and it was like, Morcarara? Morcanis, yeah, it seems to be subjugating Morcanis. But from what we've seen of this tower, I suspect that is not something we want.
Do we kill Morcanis as he is now to rid them of the power, or kill them both? I'm not even sure if we can.
That second one, that's a
Okay.
Kill them both?
It's that Eldorado moment of both is good.
Both is good, okay.
Like minimum one, both is better.
Oh, so good.
Anyone who can make a tower of this size apparate wherever it wants is something of considerable power.
And we will have to bring as much power against him as we can. Are you ready?
Yeah, I guess I am.
In that case, I'm going to draw my longbow.
Fuck yeah.
And I'm going to try and shoot the demon devilly thing on the table.
Let's fucking go. Okay, so so roll with advantage as he is restrained. And then we'll see exactly how this sequence lines up and goes.
And if I hit this, I'm going to be adding a smite.
Fuck yeah, do it.
Obviously. That is a 21 to hit.
Oh, it hits for sure.
Nice.
Wonderful. I will then add a searing smite. So that's another 1d. Actually, no, I'm going to do it at second level. So it's another 2d6.
Sick.
Damage. Okay, so that's 1d8 plus 2d6. Doo-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. I don't think this is going to kill him, but I'm going to try. So 15 damage total.
Okay, sick. So, this is what happens. You guys see Cavalon sort of motion for stillness and quiet. You guys hear this exchange, translated also by Cavalon. He pulls out an arrow, knocks it, pulls back. And as you loose it, like as soon as it's loose, you're like, okay, yeah, it's got him. It hits, boom, 15 points of damage. And as that happens, there's this hiss. Before, like, you see him like struggling against this, and the sounds of laughter increase.
Well, who would come looking for such darkness?
And you see, like, levitating above the space, a shape that can only be described as terrifying. These long swirling robes. The face looks similar to a drow man, except the cheekbones have been pulled way back. Instead of this sort of papyrus white skin, it is this cruel twisting shade of black. You see horns erupting. If you could see his cloven feet beneath the robes, you might see them flashing as he sort of moves, the levitation spell still carrying him forward. And I'm going to need all of y'all to roll initiative.
16.
Oh, wow. Bad roll from our boy, Telk. Okay, so why don't we just go around the horn here? Cillin, what did you roll?
17.
17, great. Did anyone beat a 17?
No.
Yes.
Okay, great. What did you get, Cavalon?
19 total.
19, great.
I'm last then.
What was your total, Ruf?
16.
16, so actually, this guy's last. Cillin, great. Great.
I stopped keeping track of when enemies go. Between the players now.
Okay, great. Awesome. Okay. As you see him sort of drift in, the swirling cloak around him, it's also worth noting that, like, emitting, you see it sort of like breaking over the very hard and angular body of this bone devil, but occasionally also sort of catching in flashes on the right side of this extremely dark, fiendish figure. These flashes of green light. Glowing and bold, almost like a pulsing light that ebbs and comes, but when it comes, it fills the whole room. But it is your turn, Cavalon, followed by Cillin. You see this sorcerer kind of descend behind his captured prey, and both hands start to gather at his waist.
I'm going to have to do it, aren't I? Okay, so I'm going to use the Channel Divinity as part of an ability called Harness Divine Power, which gives me a free second level spell, which I'm going to use Moonbeam on them both.
Yes, oh my god. So
to do that,
good.
so I need Constitution saving throws from both
You got
of them.
it. Ooh, pretty good. It's a 17 from him, from Telkoun.
Cool, so he'll
and
take...
then, damn, dude, 24 from Morcanis.
Cool,
But-
so they will take half damage each,
For
but it's
sure.
radiant damage, so I don't know if they're
Yes, no, that
vulnerable or whatever.
Yeah, go ahead and double it.
Cool. Do you want me to double the dice or double the amount?
You know, your preference. I typically like to double the dice because you get a
Double the
higher
dice, cool.
average, but whatever you want.
Yes. Those two. Trying to find D10s there. Alright, cool. So that is 9, 18.
What's the radius on Moonbeam? Sorry.
It's a radius of 5 foot, so it's a 10-foot
okay.
diameter.
Got it, cool. So we can just fill this.
And
space in.
18 plus 13 is 20, 31. Halved is 6. They take 16
Wow, fuck yeah.
each.
Wow.
Nice.
And as long as I maintain concentration, I can make them take it every turn.
Yeah. Let us hope. Okay, 16 points received. You see it like burn through him.
You come seeking the Prince of Blood. You will have him.
You see, like, as his skin is like crackling and burning, definitely taking damage. Doesn't seem to give a fuck. Okay. So that's gonna be him.
We in danger, girl.
Yeah. Movement, anything like that, Cavalon?
No, I'm going to stand here and basically sort of hold and ready my bow, covering the corridor so that my companions can move forward, sort of under fire, if you know what I mean, in the sense
Sure,
that they're able
sure.
to do that. So I'm going to sort of stand here, having cast that with the bow sort of still out and ready, leaving the way open for my companions.
Okay, perfect. So you guys see, this door opened, this arrow fired, and then another sort of extending, and this beam of light emit into the room. Cillin, it's your turn. You can hear the sounds of struggle and chaos, and you've pretty much seen everything that's happened.
Okay, Cillin's gonna take a deep breath and just actually he can't. So he's just going to grab some of the lichen at his chest and throw in. I keep forgetting he's a Warforged in the air, and add those to his existing thing of spores and activate symbiotic entity. Which gives me a bunch of stuff, but more importantly, I get 4 temporary hit points for every level in Druid, so that's 24. And whenever I melee somebody, I can add 1d6 necrotic damage. So that's my action. My bonus action is to manifest, again, out of that mycelium, almost like Groot, where he grows it out a little bit into like the shape of like a shillelagh club, and cast shillelagh, and that'll last a minute.
Oh my god, let's fucking go. Fuck yeah.
So that's my bonus action. And he's going to try to get within melee range if he can, or get close enough to melee.
So 30 feet will get you here.
Okay, great. I do have a 10-foot aura, so anybody who enters it has to make a Constitution save or take necrotic damage, and if they start in it, they take it as well. And with the symbiotic entity, it's 2d6.
Got it. Very cool. Okay, great. So if someone is within 10 feet of you, they have to make a save.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yep. Exactly. Constitution save, DC 15.
Okay, very cool. So these are 10-foot squares. Just help me kind of remember that. But you do have the temporary hit points. You guys all see this billowing of spores almost shower down around Cillin before many of them congeal and harden around his frame. In a similar fashion, he sort of gathers almost a handful swirling out of the air and suctions it onto the end of his staff. You see it congregate and grow in power. Okay, so that's going to be your turn. Bonus action. That brings us to Rufus. You've seen both these guys sort of, open the door and sort of move in. Yeah.
I am going to use my action to cast Summon Beast. I call forth a bestial spirit. It manifests in an occupied space I can see within 90 feet.
Yes.
So I think that's basically anywhere around here. So I'm going to put him, like, right around, just outside the guy.
Cool.
Here. Summon a big old giant hamster.
Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's get it.
You said a giant hamster?
That's so good. You guys see this like dire hamster. It's like this size. It's almost the same size as like the bear that Rufus was.
Do anything else with my turn, so.
Absolutely love that. So that's action.
It's gonna be my turn, and then I can't do anything with my bonus action on this turn, so he's gonna go.
Yes, please.
He goes after me.
Please.
So he makes a number of times half distance, so 1 attack. Great. So that's a 6 plus something.
I gotta say, every time I look at your screen, I'm so distracted by all the Transformers.
It's so sick. I know.
It's so good. Like, that's Ultra Magnus, there's Devastator in the background.
So 12 to hit.
Okay, and you're going to hit Telkoun. This summons is going to attack. Okay, great. Unfortunately, that misses. Yeah, you come in, like it harrows him back, but all this hamster comes up with is a bunch of cloak.
And if anybody is within 5 feet of Telkoun, they get advantage because I have pack tactics.
Ooh, okay. Fuck yeah, I love that. That's sick. Okay, awesome. You guys see like this male just really honestly casually utter a few words of power and a flick of the wrist, and this enormous beast you've really never seen at that scale just pop out. He looks at you and kind of gives you a grin, Cavalon, like, yeah, it's my shit. Okay, awesome. Are you good where you are in terms of movement, Rufus?
Yeah, I'm going to stay back.
Okay, great. So you went, the hamster went. That brings us to the sorcerer himself.
Very well. Let me bathe you in the 9 hells power.
And he is going to, he saw, these doors are open. And he's going to 10, 20, 30, 40. You're just outside of... No, I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to fucking do it. You see, like, he's, like, laughing. His hands are already pulled together. He swirls them in one before he extends them forward. And in that moment, there's this thin pearl of like this scarlet flame that arcs just over your head, Cillin. There's a moment you're like, is that a... Before... There's this blossoming explosion of fire. Can you all make a dexterity saving throw for me as this fireball erupts and lights this bench next to you on fire, Cillin?
Ooh, that is a 4 plus 3 for a
Okay.
failure.
That
15
unfortunately...
plus 1 for 16.
16 saves. Cool.
10.
10. Okay. Unfortunately, that fails.
That's bad. That's bad.
Sorry, just having a brief technical shabonk. Okay, there we go. Great. Okay, cool. So as that happens, I'll just roll it on my end. Fuck it. Wow. Okay, so that's going to be 21 points of fire damage, except that will be 10 points of fire damage to you, Cavalon, as this fireball just sort of
Well, I'm
explodes.
bloodied.
Say it one more time.
I'm bloodied.
Yeah, totally, right? Totally. So this guy like kind of comes around and you see him, like Telkoun expends this hand and you're not really sure like the full scope of his magic, but that appears to be like, you know, he's like going for it. He's like not really like holding back anything in the chamber. As that happens, he is going to attempt to leave the range of this hamster.
22.
22 definitely hits. Fuck, yeah.
Okay, so how much do we do? Probably 6. Let's see, 8. 7, 9 damage.
Okay, 9 points of damage. And that's what kind of damage?
Piercing.
Piercing, okay, great.
Regular.
So as he tries to sort of leave that space, he does take 9 points of damage. Very well. You see him sort of move out of the side, like honestly, like taking in this hamster with a bit of like weird kind of glee. You're like, what the shit's up with this dude? And for some reason, I'm sorry guys, I'm just having trouble getting the owlbear actually with me here. So I'm not able to move these bad boys. I'm not sure why that is. Hang on. That's a cute hamster, I gotta tell you, Onslaught. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure what the fuck's going on here. Totally. You want to just move Telkoun exactly. He's actually going to go pretty much exactly
I
there.
can't move him now because he's behind the darkness.
Oh, bro, you know what? You nailed it. That's totally fine. So he can see, but you see him kind of leave your sight line as he moves past this enormous hamster and is harried by it. Okay, so that's going to be Telkoun's turn. That's going to bring us to Morcanis. You see this bone devil, like, beneath his name.
I do not know. I will give you immense power, but free me, and I will serve you as I would serve my own kin.
He's like, you see for the first time in perhaps a while, some fight like filling this bone devil. Now, whether or not you can trust him, that's on you, dog. But he, yeah, that's going to be his turn as he struggles against this. And I would just give me as a free action, both Rufus and Cavalon, give me a perception check.
15.
Great.
Actually, 18.
18 plus 4, 18.
You guys hear the sound of retching beneath you. And the sound of steel scraping against stone.
Great.
Okay, so that's what happens with him. It is now back to the top of the round. Cavalon, you've seen this sort of, exchange happen inside. This bone devil has tried to react. This hamster's in there fucking it up. But the object of your original attack, Telkoun, is no longer visible.
What's my movement? 30.
Yeah.
So even if I move, I'm not going to be able to get him in sight, am I? That's annoying. I'm going to have to move either way, really, aren't I? I'm going to basically move 30 foot down the corridor.
Cool.
And in passing Cillin, I'm going to lean down and provide 15 hit points with lay on hands.
Fuck yeah, let's
just-
go.
No need. I'm at full hit points. I had temporary hit points from my.
You had
spores.
temporary. Okay,
Yes,
then.
sir.
In which case, I will do the lay on hands on Rufus before moving.
Okay.
Yes. Good move. Okay,
So-
Rufus, you get 15 hit points.
Let's take 15 off of that. So cool. And then move. So basically, with the intention of obviously eyesight opening up the room.
Yeah, sure. I would say from here you can see like the very outskirts, and like for intents and purposes, we'll just, fuck it, we'll just bring it off. Except for that, we'll just keep that for no reason. You guys lose visibility in the middle. Yeah, you can see him. He's sort of like pressed against. He like appears to be in the beginning of another spell or moving through the somatic components of it. You can now see there's like this fireplace, right? It's roaring on this side. There's like a chest over here. There's this enormous sphere. And then there's also over here what appears to be like this stone archway, almost like a shallow brazier in front of it, in what looks almost like an empty doorway. This stone archway kind of, going over the top of it, but leading just to the side of the northern wall.
Okay.
So that's your turn, huh?
Yep, that'll be it.
Okay.
I think. I don't think I
Cillin.
can do anything else.
You you see that he's sort of, run up behind you, and you also see what's sort of happening in front of you, but how would you like to use your turn?
If I can get in range of the lovely Bone Devil Mokanis, I would love to brain him with the
Yes.
shillelagh in my hand.
Yes. 10, 20, 30, no problem. And did creatures take damage if they start their turn in the Moonbeam, Cavalon?
Yes, when they start their turn.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and roll another save for him. Oh, he failed with a 12. So go ahead and roll damage as he was unable to leave where this Moonbeam is, as he is chained to this table. He is restrained, so you can attack with advantage if you'd like, Cillin.
I would absolutely, because I'm terrible at rolling. That is a 14, but I use my spell casting thing, so that's a 21.
Sick, that
And
hits.
that's less, so. Alright, 1d8. Just double check. I've always wanted to use shillelagh, but I never got the chance. so
Yeah,
just wanna
I
make
know,
sure
I
I'm
never
getting the
took it.
damage right.
And it's going to be Rufus and Senor Hamster after this.
22 radiant damage from the Moonbeam.
Wow, let's go. Damn, that's good.
Radiant damage. Okay, so I add my. Okay, so that would be 1d8 plus 4, so d8. That's an 8. Plus 4 is 12, and then I roll an additional d6 necrotic because of my
the spore.
spores.
Let's go.
And that. I can't. It's cocked on this thing. That's a 1. God damn it.
No, it's actually. Damn it. Okay, that's good shit though. You see, as just like this moonbeam is starting to like sunder. Bits of this bone devil are beginning to smolder and smoke, and as that happens, you bring this sort of enchanted staff cracking into the center of his ribcage.
It would behoove you to free me, metal man. I can wield power, pass it to you beyond your wildest fancy.
But you see, this is also a man or a beast that's in a compromised situation. You still have 10 feet of movement if you would like, Cillin.
I just got hit with a fireball, and looking at my teammates, it looks like we're in prime fireball range yet again. So I'm gonna. Can I get in melee range of the big bad there?
Let me see here. Within 10 feet, not quite. You've got 10 feet of movement, so it would still. You'd be about 8 feet out.
Okay.
These are 10-foot squares.
Yeah. I was just trying to make it hard. Well, yeah. If he was going to try to hit Oz, he would have to hit himself. I'm good with that position.
Cool. Yeah. No, that definitely takes fireball out of the equation. Okay, Rufus, what you got? You see this Warforged come in and just smack the shit out of this bone devil.
30, and that's my movement.
Fuck yeah.
And it's devil, so produce flames probably not a good idea. I have concentration, so I can't do the other thing. Yeah, I'm just Can I move and then hold my action?
Sure. Yeah. If you have to move.
Okay, then I'm gonna hold my action, and if if Telkoun moves within like this whole area here, I'm gonna cast Thunder Wave in like a way that it won't hit him because he won't be able to move before then.
Got you. Well, I think Thunderwave is from self. I think the range on that is self.
Yeah, so it's based. Yeah, so he can get closer. So maybe
I'm all right.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright,
yeah,
he said
just for
he's
what it's
all
worth.
right, all right.
Cool. Perfect.
Cool.
Perfect. Great. So you go there and you guys see as this like, gentleman sort of concentrates for a brief moment. There's this quick plume of electricity and potential. Okay, so it's the hamster's turn now.
Moon's over my hammy. Plus 6, 14.
Now you're attacking the Bone Devil or Telkoun?
Let's hit the Bone Devil.
Okay,
which
cool.
I guess means I have advantage.
Yes, exactly.
That's not any better.
Damn. Well, so you connect. I mean, this hamster sort of rears back and just crunches in. And just because of like the structure of this thing that's like bone on bone on bone, sometimes it's hard to know exactly where the vulnerable areas are. Unfortunately, it doesn't deal any damage.
Right. All right. Cool. That's me.
Okay, awesome. So the hamster rolls in. That brings us to Telkoun.
You fools! You know not why I come, or from whence I came. You meddle in affairs beyond you.
And he's going to misty step.
But I can show you what came and why.
And he's going to just briefly touch this sphere that is about like a 12 to 15 foot radius. And you see within it, oh shit, fuck. Well, no, actually, never mind. That wouldn't have changed anything. Comes in and touches the very area, like lays a hand. And as he does, there's this ripple from where the hand is placed outward around the entire surface area of the sphere. And as it does, there's a brief moment where the swirling opaqueness of this green orb lessens for a heartbeat, maybe two. And you see within it a sight that's hard to both comprehend, much less rectify. It's almost like seeing into the astral plane itself. There's a depth that feels impossible. And within it, you see in different figures. A frost giant, a pit fiend. You see what appears to be a blue wormling, a venom troll. You see different like beasts, creatures, fiends, almost bound and floating within the centermost of this sphere. As quickly as it's touched and pressed and that opaqueness drops, it resumes. And in a flash, you see the entirety of the sphere center and a beam of energy shoot out towards this hamster.
Sending out his Pokeball.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Okay, so I need the hamster to make...
5 plus something.
5 plus something. Okay, this is a 3rd edition
It's not gonna
document.
be more than 4.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's not it.
Which saved? Does
Well,
that save?
I think will was wisdom, right?
It's
Yeah.
wisdom or charisma. It doesn't matter.
Cool.
I get +2. So.
Okay, so unfortunately not, dude. I'm so sorry about this, Onslaught. You summon this, and you feel this creature. I mean, I'd have to look up the nature of the spell, but I think sort of like a fae summons, right? Almost like ripped away from you. And as this beam hits it, it centers around the entirety of it. You see this hamster that's enormous, 8-9 feet, shrink. And then as the green beam retracts into the sphere, it disappears and is gone from view.
Come on, man. He caught my Pokemon.
Yeah.
That's
Do-do-do. So yeah, so he misty steps and his action is engaging the sphere. Okay, sick. So he still has his movement though, technically. So great. So 10, 20. You see him like rushing over to the stone area here. And that's going to be his turn. That brings us to Morcanus, who's looking fucking awful. Wow. Holy shit. You see him start to struggle.
You know not why.
In the rightmost leg that's sort of chained down, you see that entire chain burst loose. The iron that's been wrought into the actual floor and secured within this table breaks free. He's still very much bound, but less so. As that happens, it is unfortunately Thaddeus's turn. And with a lurching...
I told you, I am the first sword.
You see a humanoid-ish in certainly the plate mail of the Knights in Silver. But it's very similar to the visage that you saw on Jaren for just a moment. Cillin, as you see the skin has been stretched and the eye sockets are now gone. You see from the fingernails and from the mouth come oozing bits of this sludgy black blood. And what remains of Thaddeus has essentially dashed up these steps. You see him lurching forward towards you, longsword drawn. And let's see what happens on this last round of combat. So, Cavalon, it is your turn. It'll be followed by Cillin and Rufus. So what you got, Cavalon?
I am going to Starlight Step.
Fuck yeah.
Which is 30 foot. So that should just about get me to the sphere, no?
10, 20. Yes, 100%.
Cool. Starlight Step to the sphere and say, Telkoun, two can do this, and slam my hand on the sphere.
Okay, hold up. Should put a boom touch button commanded. Okay. So, this is sick, and I'm here for it. Oh my gosh, my dog, his tail just curled underneath the green screen here. Okay, so to most definitely less prisoner released. Okay, cool. So I will say, as soon as you lay a hand on it, there is a sense of give and take. You almost feel like you could step through it. You also almost feel, Cavalon, like you could step into it and like pull something out. There's this weird like pocketness to it. But as you step up, you did hear Telkoun command it as you laid a hand on it, so you do in a way know the command word. But I need you to give me a DC 13 Arcana check to successfully.
Arcana, wonderful.
I know, I'm sorry.
I have proficiency with Arcana.
Oh,
that's why
good.
I'm
Okay,
happy
good.
You got this, man.
Makes one of us.
Yeah.
That's a 21.
Let's fucking go. And what are you who are you attempting to imprison?
Telkoun.
Okay, I was hoping you wouldn't say that. So,
well, because I've got a bone devil in the moonbeam that's taking damage
cooking.
anyway, and you said he doesn't look too good.
No, he does not.
He's a bigger problem, and then we can deal with the zombie.
Okay, for sure. Okay, so this is a critical tossing of dice. He does have. So the DC on this sphere is 17, which is very significant. Dude, it is so wild to read 3rd edition stats. You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like plus 18 concentration? That's not right. Okay, so he hang on, let me just adjust it.
It's generally divided by 3, roughly, isn't it? To get to 5th edition.
Exactly. So this is not as good as I thought it was going to be for wisdom. Okay, so he has a plus 6. He has to get to a 17, so he has to roll an 11 or
lower.
Higher. Yeah.
Lower. Or lower.
He rolled a 9.
Goodbye.
Ah, man, I love it. His own device. He shouldn't have left it side. As you sort of touch it, there's no. It flashes over him. It starts to contract around him before in the same instant his whole size and body begins to shrink before it is drawn and wrought back, disappearing into the center of the sphere. Fucking
Well
sick.
done.
Well turned. I really
I'm going to
wish-
assume that was my action, because that'll then end
Yes,
my turn.
it is an action to touch and do it
Good.
for sure. So you move over there, bonus action and action. You still technically have movement if you wanted to move.
No, not at this point.
Okay.
Because let's stand here just in case I need
Yes,
to turn it
please.
on anyone else.
So Cillin, it is now your turn, followed by Rufus. So what would you like to do, Cillin?
I'm gonna try to finish off the Bone Devil here with one more whack of Shillelagh.
Let's go.
Do I still get advantage
Yeah,
because
yeah.
of prone? Okay.
Yeah. It's like still largely secured to this thing, so you still have advantage. Yeah.
It's an 8 and a 7. That's horrible. 15 is the highest of the two.
Just misses, unfortunately.
All right. I thought I had. Oh, he's been, I think.
Oh, you're
in my
right.
thing,
So
right?
two con saves, huh?
Yes, please.
First one is a dirty 20. Second one is a 15.
Both save.
Damn. Okay, yeah, he's a pretty constant boy.
Yeah. No worries. I don't think I have anything for bonus action other than summoning another Shillelagh, so I'm fine. That's
Always
it,
an
my turn.
option. Always there. The double shillelagh. Okay, so you guys see him just like thwacking in. It's just like, wood on bone. And the sound is tremendous, but doesn't appear to be doing as much damage as Cillin would like. That brings us to you, Rufus. You've seen this sorcerer disappear along with your hamster. What would you like to do?
So, I see zombie Thaddeus
Yep.
coming up behind
Yes,
me,
you do.
and I'm not a fan. So what I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna run up and use all my movement to run all the way over to the edge
Sick.
here, and I'm actually going to
Kick him.
I'm gonna jump off, and as I do so, I am gonna cast Thorn Whip on Thaddeus. That
Yes,
is a
yes.
21 to hit.
I fucking love it. Now,
So
just
that's
could you,
the nat
just 'cause
twenty.
you, and you would know this as well, Rufus. Like, I mean, like you're jumping all. I mean, it's a long drop, right? Which will obviously
Yeah.
affect him negatively, but could hurt you as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
sick. I love it. So you guys see Rufus just like real casually, just like
That's gonna be 7 piercing damage, and he's larger, smaller. So I push him 10 feet toward me. I
let's
pull him
fucking
off.
go. You guys watch as Rufus like pretty casually kind of jogs back, creates distance, jumps. There's this whoosh, this like
And now here's
Yeah.
here's what I'm gonna ask. Can
Yeah.
I make a maybe athletics or acrobatics to just grab on the ledge?
Some Indiana Jones shit.
It's
Okay.
like
I love it. So he's about to essentially try to make a dexterity saving throw to see if he can not fall on his ass 150 feet. Either way, he's falling 150 feet. As you sort of come over the side of this, I think you kind of feel it, see the moment, and you've always been one to fucking seize it. But I need you to make either athletics or acrobatics.
that's 10.
Man, yeah, the DC was
Probably.
going to be 14. So sorry. Okay, you got this though. Come on now. So you sort of whoosh, you sort of grab him, and as you try to pivot using that momentum, releasing the spell, you reach outward and you grip the side, grabbing it. And you guys all sort of see this hand catch and hear this body thud into the side of this sort of railless step system. However, this shit was built a long time ago. And as you sort of hit, the very side of it gives way, the actual masonry breaking away from the platform, and you feel yourself starting to fall. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, and I fucking love this, Rufus. That's such a great move.
That was huge.
Thaddeus does not succeed.
Base 16, and then I don't have so 19.
Okay. So you succeed, and you will take half damage.
Okay. 8 floors. That's probably easy. 8 times 10. That's 80 feet. How many d6s is that?
Yeah, that's going to be...
It's 1d6 per 10
Yeah.
feet, so it's 15d6.
It's 15d6, exactly.
1, 2, 3,
So...
5.
This is the problem when you play with other DMs.
I
as
know,
well.
I
Like,
know, I know.
Yeah,
It's like-
that's you.
14, 15, 16,
That's a lot.
17,
Hold up, let me roll this right here.
1, 22, 23.
I did have an image of him like running down the corridor, jumping, like turning into a bear, and
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
like barreling him off the edge.
Wait a minute. I'm a fucking moon druid.
You can bonus action,
I
baby!
can bonus action, dude. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Oh, thank God.
gonna
I'm
turn
very
into
glad
a-
to hear that.
Can I turn into a bird at level 6?
No,
No,
you
it's
can't.
level
It's
8,
eight.
unfortunately.
It's 8.
But something can surely do something.
Yes, you can
In
turn
wild
it
shape.
into a CR2 as a moon druid level 6.
So you need something with a lot of hit points, because you can use it effectively as temporary hit points, because you'll lose all of
After
those
that.
hit points,
Yep.
and then anything after that is your damage. So you may survive.
Yeah.
May I suggest a giant toad? An octopus has a lot of hit points too, but you might suffocate before you
Yeah,
hit the
I'm
ground.
They breathe air as well, don't they?
They do. But like the movement of it is like extreme. I think it has like 5 feet of movement on the ground. Or no, it doesn't. It breathes in the water.
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I by no means
It can exist
Yeah,
for-
octopus can breathe underwater only.
Yeah, but it can exist for an hour outside the water, right? Doesn't it say that?
It can hold its breath for up to 30 minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes. Thank you for that.
Is that true of like actual octopus in real life? Are they able to breathe out of water or not? Things you find out as DM. This is
I
the
know.
problem.
I'm Googling. I'm like, how long does it take to cast iron?
Wait,
Um,
okay, all right. So yeah, I'm gonna turn into a saber-toothed tiger because cats
Fuck
land
yeah.
on their feet.
Fuck yeah,
Oh,
dude. So,
that.
well, you already passed the dexterity saving throw.
Yeah.
But give me another one just in case it's a critical success as a feline.
That is not.
Okay, great. So, so you fall. You come tumbling. You guys like see very little of this. You see like a very casual stepping off. You're like, it seems like he's stepping off before whoosh, the entirety of Rufus's body disappears. There's this cracking and tumbling forward. No, is pulled this sort of zombie-like frame of the former First Sword Thaddeus. He's pulled off. He fails his dex save, and you see him almost passing you, defying physics, as he takes 69 points of bludgeoning damage. I know. I rolled so many sixes on this 15d6. I rolled 7 sixes and 3 5s and 3 4s. Anyway, so it's a cracking blow. You see him sort of land. You take 35 points of damage.
Oh, I'm good.
Sort of lands. You guys don't know what happens. You don't see anything happen. Unfortunately, or fortunately, you see Thaddeus simply not moving. His skull sort of broken in. His eyes beginning to actually slowly dampen and not close, but almost turn from like solid material to a gelatinous, softer substance. This is happening in seconds before your eyes, Rufus. And after, let's say, maybe like 5-6 seconds, we're about to get to the top of the round, you see the entirety of that has just disappeared into almost a blackish black liquid that starts moving to the actual stone of this tower. And as you guys sort of collect yourself, and as this bone devil begins to offer you everything...
It's his start of his turn. He will take another 22 radiant damage.
Oh my god, you're right. It is. Now I didn't. Yeah, you didn't get tagged for any damage,
I will
did
offer you
Damn
everything. Ow!
Okay, so now
I'll offer you.
I can give you any. Ah, it's a sunburn.
he okay, he did save, but roll damage on him. He has.
If he saved, he'll take half as much, which is 11 then.
Okay, so he has 6 hit points left. Jesus Christ. So, golly, guys.
Kill this fucking guy.
Yeah, as this is sort of conclusion, you see he's like wrapped in. It will take you probably like 2 turns to make it all the way up to the top, even as a tiger, Rufus. But I assume that's sort of where you're going. For intents and purposes, Cavalon and Cillin, are you guys attempting to strike the life from this bone devil?
Without question.
Okay.
Oh yeah, almost certainly.
So as it is restrained, and unfortunately the keys have just been pulled into the stasis sphere, but it is still extremely bound, right? I mean, he does get, oh fuck. So on a 19 or a 20, those are the only, can only get his strength high enough to move these chains. I rolled a natural 20 on his con save. I wish I'd been doing that for the strength check. Let's try it again. 15. All right. You see him like struggling to get out, and then like this sort of defeated hopelessness descend over a bone devil. If you could see a bone devil really get glum, that's what would be happening right now. But as you guys have 2 turns and 2 attacks between you, I don't think we need to spend any more time killing this bone devil than we already have. You strike the life from him, though his body remains. And there's this deep cry from Abyssal.
Return me to the fiend, to the twin soul. Let Major know she is not free.
There's another strike. The longsword hits the shillelagh before you see like splintering bone and sound leave like a rattling whimper from the figure of this enormous devil.
Before he dies, I will say in Abyssal, Saloon have mercy.
You see his body starts like trapped in this moonbeam. That's so fucking thematic, dude. I love it. So as that sort of happens, I mean, the room smells like absolute butt, excuse me. But like as this bone devil is sort of like cindering, it's like this weird, like burning hair, sort of, trash heap sort of vibe going on. You do see the saber-toothed tiger come bounding up to the top. And I think that's where we'll call it a day, guys. Very well done. Very well accomplished. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, love you guys. Like, thank you so
That was
much
super fun, man.
for doing this and for coming and kicking it with me. And like, you know, I feel like it's kind of hard to be like asked to be pigeonholed in a character, and you guys really made them specific and unique. That was fucking rad.
Yeah. I went with George Carlin. That's what I was doing.
Ah, so good, dude.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I just got a pre-gen off of WotC's website. I just grabbed this and printed it out.
Oh, bro, that's killer, man.
I didn't even make the guy.
Well, you played the shit out of him, dude. That guy had an opinion. Gurvansh, thank you as well. Truly, everybody at Bellin, I love y'all stream. I love watching y'all. Thanks for coming and supporting. Truly,
Thanks, man. This is fun.
Dude, I appreciate it. Like, you guys are excellent DMs. I love taking in y'all's games and content. So this was very much a treat for me. But yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I wish I'd gotten on Twitch sooner, man. Like, I've just loved meeting all y'all and kicking it and getting to do like just what I love to do. But before we get out of here, we are going to raid somebody. But before we do that, Nenners and Sage and Onslaught, anything, you know, we can do to support you guys in the future as fans, or anything you kind of want to plug or put out there?
You can find me at Fusca, the Fusca Twitch channel. It's my sister's channel where I DM currently Wednesdays and Fridays, and then I'm a victim Saturdays today. So that's where you can find me. We have a Discord if you want to hop in that. If I'm not DMing, I'm gaming or doing something of that line. So
fuck yeah.
Cool. With me, it's _red_sage. I run an actual play vodcast, I guess,
there you go,
called Plot Armor. We're just currently on a mini summer break while I finish recovering from surgery, so I didn't have to DM for a while, which is always good. I've got enough stress. But we'll be back soon in the next month or so. And in the meantime, there is a link to our YouTube there with all of the back VODs as well. If you want to check them out and just, you know, share the love and all that kind of thing, because it really helps. But yeah, that's us, and that's on UK time because that's where I am. But there is always a VOD, so if you want to watch it in your own leisure, you can hop over to YouTube and see us all there, where we make absolute asses of ourselves.
Both are very great games that I cannot co-sign enough. And Onslaught, how you living, dude?
TidalWaveGames.com for all the cool stuff. We got See You Space Cowboy. We got the setting book coming up. I'm working on a low fantasy hack of it that is a dungeon crawler called Crawl. If you want to play test that, find the Discord. There's a link on TidalWaveGames.com. At TidalWaveRPG on Twitter is the thing. At OnslaughtSix everywhere else for my personal shit posting. Other than that, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. ACAB, Black Lives Matter, trans rights, and human rights. Don't kill the part of you that cringes. Kill the part of you that's cringe. Wait, no. Strike that, reverse it.
Yeah. That's so good, Onslaught. And listen, I can't co-sign that enough. TidalWaveGames.com is well worth a visit in your time. See You Space Cowboy is killer. Cannot wait to see Crawl come out, dude. That sounds like a great idea. Dudes, y'all seriously warm my heart. I love taking in y'all's games. I feel like each one of y'all's made me a better DM. This was an absolute treat for me. Likewise, those of you in the audience, Microcosmic, love you. We'll get you in there, baby boy. Don't you worry. Gurvansh, you're the man. Thank you for coming in and just being thrown to the fucking wolves. That's the cringe part of me. I was like, oh man, I really did not give Gurvansh a lot of options. But guys, truly, this is like my favorite shit in the world. It means the world to me when you guys come through. We're about to raid this guy named Nate DnT. I don't know anything about him. Looks like they're doing an actual play. Kind of low viewership, so I kind of just want to run in and give them some love. If you can, stay by, give them a shout. It'll make their day. If not, no worries, no hard feelings. Love you guys. And much like Onslaught said, take care of yourselves and take care of each other. All right, guys, we're about to dip out of here. Say goodbye to the good people.
Good night.
Goodbye, good people.
Stay gold.
We out. Guys, I absolutely